Evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 6th meeting in Paso Robles City Council. I'd like to have our city clerk read the following statement, please.
The city has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you go ahead and call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong is absent this evening. Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
Here.
Very good. So today we have closed session item. I'll let our city attorney please express what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you. We are going into a closed session for a conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles, California General Law City, and Dose 1 through 10.
Very good. And do we have any public comment? Looks like anybody wishes to say something? Okay, good. All right. So we'll go ahead and then adjourn to closed session and reconvene afterwards back at 6:30. Hi.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, June the 6th, 2023. Mayor Steve Martin speaking. And before we get started with our meeting, I'd like to ask our city clerk to read our hybrid public meeting notification.
The city has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for a deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube.
Thank you very much. We will open the Paso Robles City Council meeting now and begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. We invite everyone to stand and join us in the pledge led by Councilman John Hammond. Please remain standing after that for the invocation.
Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And for tonight, for our invocation, we have scheduled Rabbi Meyer Gordon. Rabbi, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Before we begin, I just want to take a quick moment to thank the City Council for proclaiming last month as Jewish American Heritage Month here in Paso Robles. Let us pray. Almighty God, we stand together before you today on the historic anniversary of D-Day, and we ask for your blessing in the merit of the tremendous sacrifice, courage, and resilience displayed by the brave men and women who fought for freedom and peace 79 years ago today on the beaches of Normandy. As our selfless council members continue their holy work on behalf of the citizens of Paso Robles, I invoke your blessing that their work be imbued with success. For after all, the work done in this chamber is simply a reflection of your work. Bless our council members and all of those whom they lead in the merit of the spiritual giant, the Rebbe Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, whose anniversary of passing is soon upon us. He often emphasized how after the events of the Great Flood detailed in the book of Genesis, God commanded Noah and all of humanity to embrace 7 universal laws, the final of which is to maintain a just and lawful society. Thus, at its essence, the work and legislation that emanates from this chamber is indeed your work, dear God. Bless our dear City Council to have success in partnering with you in making this world a better place. And so, Almighty God, I ask that you add your blessings to the endeavors of our council members. Give them the strength of character to do what is best and just for our city and its citizens. Give them the guidance so that they will always be conscious of your presence. Let them strive to enact laws with honesty and integrity in accordance with your will. Finally, I ask that you bless Mayor Martin and all our council members with health and the peace of mind to fulfill these sacred duties. May our city continue to serve as a beacon of light for people of all faiths, cultures, backgrounds, and walks of life. May the city of Paso Robles help achieve the goal so powerfully stated in our Pledge of Allegiance, so that America is truly one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And let us say Amen.
Thank you, sir. And now may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Here.
And Mayor Martin.
Here. At this time, we'd like to set aside a few minutes to introduce staff and present and online so we can see who is doing the work for the city. So if we could have that, please.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Christopher Luckel, Utilities Director.
Didas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Frida Burns, Public Works Director.
Dwayne Brown, Management Services Director. Paul Petty, Fire Marshal. Randy Harris, Deputy Fire Chief. David Farrell, Works Ops Manager. David Miller, Police Chief. Sarah Knapp, Year Manager. Mark Randolph, Airport Manager. Matt Thompson, Adams Falling Solid Waste Recycling Man. That water resource.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very good. Thank you, one and all. Prior to tonight's open session, we had an announced a closed session of the Paso Robles City Council. I will ask the city attorney if there was any reportable action from that session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. It is the John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. We come now to proclamations. First off tonight, we have a proclamation declaring June 17th as Juneteenth Day. Do we have someone present to receive that tonight?
Perkins? Juanetta? Thank you.
Very good. So here's the declaration for this evening. Whereas since 1865, the American celebration known as Juneteenth has historically been observed as the end of the institution of slavery in our great nation. Whereas Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, the present, and all time. Whereas the celebration of Juneteenth gives us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit and to strive for a more perfect union. And whereas we are citizens who wish to secure the blessings of freedom, justice, and equality for all in this great country of ours. Whereas the collaboration of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, local businesses, and local government demonstrates a shared commitment to being part of the solution and acknowledging the importance of strength through unity. And whereas Juneteenth will be celebrated on Saturday, June 17th at the downtown city park with festivities including soul food, singing, dance performances, speakers, history, and a whole host of fun. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the third Saturday in June in the city of Paso Robles as Juneteenth Day. And do we have some comments to accompany this?
Juanetta?
I would just like to thank everybody and our supporters and sponsors of this event for our third annual. And I would like to invite everybody because everybody's invited. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Next, we have the Amtrak San Joaquin's presentation, Tom Vanderlist, Amtrak Public Affairs.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Martin and City Council members. My name is actually David LaPerry. I work for the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority, and I'll actually be giving the presentation this evening. We're really excited to be with you to give you an overview of the Amtrak San Joaquin service, as well as Route 18, which connects Amtrak San Joaquins to your great city, as well as your great city to the rest of our service. You can go to the next slide. I represent what is the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority. Our authority was brought into being by AB 1779 in 2012, which took the San Joaquin service and created the Joint Powers Authority to oversee the San Joaquin service. And that transfer of oversight was accomplished in 2015. Our responsibilities as an authority is to oversee the planning, the marketing, and the Amtrak contract, as Amtrak is our contractor for operating the service. We are a public body with 10 member agencies, mostly consisting of supervisors up and down our corridor from the different counties that we serve. And if you'd like to know more about our authority, you can visit sjjpa.com. That's also the place where you can find information about attending one of our public meetings. You go to the next slide. Just to give you an overview of our service, Amtrak San Joaquin's is the orange line there in the middle of the map. We run what is now 6 round trips from Bakersfield to Sacramento, as well as to Oakland. Normally, pre-COVID, we were 7 round trips. We're still waiting to bring one of those round trips back. This train corridor is 365 miles and goes through 11 different counties and 17 individual station cities. You go to the next slide. Something that's a bit unique about the San Joaquins is not only do we have that that train service, but we also have all of these green lines, which are our throughway bus service. You can see sort of there in the middle of the map, Route 18 called out. We have 9 different bus routes that operate on a daily basis. And it's not just a small part of what we do as a service. Actually, 55+% of our passengers will take a throughway bus at one end of their trip. This amounts to about 70 different buses a day, serving very different communities all throughout California. This adds 22 counties into the service area of the service, as well as 80 plus different bus stops. The next slide. Actually, if you go back, there you go. When you combine all of this together, you can see it's a pretty impressive service area that we cover. Really proud to offer this kind of service to the state of California, as well as to oversee this service on behalf of the communities that we serve. If you go to the next slide. One thing I think is important to maybe point out is, well, where do the people that ride the service actually come from? You can see that nearly 50% are coming from the San Joaquin Valley. And you can see the distribution of riders there. But if you go down to the 4th line from the bottom, you can see the Central Coast, which includes your community, is a little under 2% of our ridership today. The next slide. And now just to talk a little about, well, who's riding the service? What sort of Californians are on the service? We have a very diverse population riding both the throughway buses and the trains, with 40% of our ridership being Hispanic, 10% being Black, and 12% being multiracial, very diverse set of passengers. 18% of our passengers are students, and we do tend to serve a quite disadvantaged set of passengers. 59% of our passengers make under 50K of annual income a year. The next slide. From an age perspective, we have really the gamut of age range. We have 55% of our passengers are under 35, with 24% of our passengers over 55. So really pulling a lot of passengers from the extremes. From a trip purpose perspective, most of the San Joaquin's passengers are riding the service for leisure purposes, 65%, with many of them, nearly 20%, using the service to visit family, really essential trips as a part of their daily life. And from a gender perspective, we skew a little bit closer to female, which is typical of an intercity passenger rail service like ours. Go to the next slide. A service that we're quite proud of from a throughway bus perspective is Route 18. You can see this is the route map for Route 18. You can see Paso Robles there in the middle of the map. Right now, Route 18 has one daily round trip, and it really serves 2 functions: to connect the Central Coast to the San Joaquins, to that orange line that I showed you previously, as well as to all the other throughway bus routes that we connect to, as well as to connect all of those communities to you and to your surrounding communities. Go to the next slide. This is the current schedule of the service. You can see that both the buses are timed both for northern trains as well as southern trains to access the Central Coast region via Route 18. Go to the next slide. From your community perspective, and I'm sure that you are aware of this, but just in case any of your constituents are not, the throughway bus stop that our bus stops at is at the Amtrak station. You can see the address there. From a performance perspective, Route 18 so far in FY 22-23, we're nearing the end of FY 22-23, but this is through the month of April, has served over 10,000 passengers, which is a little bit less than 50% of what it was serving in FY 18-19. Now, there's a few months left to report, so we are anticipating that number being over 50% of pre-pandemic levels and well above what we were able to carry in FY 21-22. The next slide. One of the ways in which we are supporting ridership to and from the Route 18 area is through some direct promotion. So on the left side of this slide are some active advertising campaigns that we're running both in your community as well as in the other communities that we connect with, encouraging people to visit your communities, as well as encouraging your community to go visit some of the other communities that are within the corridor. On the right side of your screen is a grassroots sort of flyer handout that we use to really communicate the benefits of the service, as well as the schedule and how people can utilize the service. And part of our outreach into your community is the reason why I'm here today. We reached out to your city staff and we're able to get on the agenda to share sort of what we have in the works for Route 18. And we're continuing to do that grassroots effort in your community as well as your surrounding communities to encourage the use of this transit service in California. If you go to the next slide. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a presentation item. No action is required from the council, but let's see if the council has any questions or comments, starting with Councilman Bausch.
No, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
No, thank you. I think that was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, question for David. Very good presentation, by the way. Do we have somewhere online that they can find the fares, what the cost of the ride would be?
Yeah, really the best way to find out fares, because we have promotions happening all the time, is go to amtraksanjoaquins.com, type in Paso Robles as your origin station, pick whatever destination station you'd like to go to. There's quite a few of over 80 different destinations you can access, and they'll give you pretty quickly a fare that you'd have to pay for the trip.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
No questions, but thank you for your presentation.
I have no questions. Thank you very much for the information. We appreciate your being with us tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Next up, we have our Utilities Annual Update. Christopher Alaco, our Utilities Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Christopher Alaco. Tonight, I'll be providing an annual update on our city's utility department. I have quite a few slides, so I'm going to be moving fairly quickly for the sake of time. The Utilities Department is comprised of 4 main divisions that include recycled water, solid waste, wastewater, potable water, and planning and engineering. Planning and engineering is a newly formed division that provides technical expertise to the utilities and works closely with the Community Development Department and private developers performing plan reviews to ensure developer-contributed assets are designed and constructed in accordance with city standards. Overall, the Utilities Department has 48 budgeted full-time staff and an annual budget of approximately $24 million. On average, the department will perform approximately $7 million per year worth of capital investment projects. And we will touch on some of those projects later in the presentation. And I'll ask my division managers to again identify themselves as we walk through the presentation, and these area experts will also be available for Q&A. The Utilities Department is run by Matt Thompson. If he could identify himself, please. The city has a master plan to develop a recycled water system to provide an alternative water supply for irrigation of parks, vineyards, and golf courses on the east side of the city. Recycled water will help preserve the city's potable water supplies and supplement the Paso Robles groundwater basin. In 2019, after years of planning and design, the city completed the construction of a tertiary treatment facility at the wastewater treatment plant. These facilities not only reduce the city's liability associated with releasing water to the Salinas River, but also produce high-quality recycled water. The city has designed a recycled water distribution system consisting of a pump station, pipeline, and elevated storage tank to deliver recycled water throughout the city and greater Paso Robles groundwater basin. This exhibit shows the recycled water pipeline alignment in purple. We have secured all the environmental permits for this project and recently received a low-interest state loan in combination with a $9.7 million SRF grant and a $3.5 million grant from the California Department of Water Resources for construction of this system. The $3.5 million Water Resources grant was specifically earmarked for construction of the Salinas River segment. That segment I've identified in red. You recently approved preparations for bidding and construction of the greater recycled water distribution system. Our recycled water manager is now busy acquiring the necessary land and easements and finalizing the plans and specifications for bidding. Our goal is to advertise this project for construction by the end of 2023. Specifically regarding the Salinas River segment, the city has awarded a contract for construction for this portion of the recycled water distribution system, and our contractor will begin mobilizing next week. The Salinas River segment includes 1,900 feet of 24-inch diameter pipeline linking the city's wastewater treatment plant on the west side of the river to a newly installed segment of recycled water pipeline in the River Oaks neighborhood on the east side of the river. Installation will require a 680-foot-long horizontal directional drill under the Salinas River and up the steep hillside above North River Road. The Salinas River segment should be completed around this time next year. In addition to the recycled water project, our staff is collaborating with county and local wine growers on a project called the Blended Water Pipeline. This pipeline, shown here in red, would allow raw Nacimiento water to be blended with the city's recycled water for irrigation on many vineyards north of the city. This project is still conceptual, but has great potential to offsetting significant groundwater pumping and help bring the groundwater basin back into balance. This concept will utilize turnback pool water from the Nacimiento pipeline participants and blend that water with the city's recycled water. Blending would take place in ponds outside city limits and then be pumped by growers throughout the basin. This has the benefit of bringing more imported water into the basin. It will reduce salt concentrations relative to a purely recycled supply and add reliability and consistency to a purely Nacimiento supply. Additionally, the sales of turnback pool water will allow Nacimiento participants to more fully utilize their respective allocations and generate revenue that could offset costs to existing ratepayers. I anticipate you will be hearing much more about the Blended Water Project in the near future. Solid Waste and Recycling, Adam Spalding, could you please stand up? Thank you. Within the next year, the city will begin development and construction of the partial final closure of the city's landfill, the section highlighted in blue. Proper final closure is an important component for the environmental stewardship of the landfill. The investment in the facility will be focused on three key areas, the primary purpose being construction of the final cover meant to properly secure and manage the oldest portion of the landfill. In practice, this is the application of various levels of substrates and fill to eliminate the intrusion of liquid and the escape of gas from the landfill. During construction, additional measures will be made to expand current organics composting on site and increase organic separation on the working face. Partial final closure will also coincide with the construction of the next cell of the landfill. Solid waste rates were last updated in 2019. Since that time, the city has seen expansion to existing programs and implementation of new and more rigorous diversion requirements. Prior to these latest regulations, the city and its waste hauler, Paso Robles Waste and Recycle, have been proactive in planning ahead of regulations to ensure compliance. While many other jurisdictions have seen significant rate increases, the city anticipates that any rate adjustment will be more measured and will reflect increased labor, vehicle, fuel, and other costs directly tied to solid waste hauling and disposal. Additionally, the development of an anaerobic digester will be considered to regenerate renewable natural gas and recover compost to comply with California state mandates. Moving on to wastewater, Casey Shepard. Casey Shepard has been a driving member of our wastewater team for a decade and is a relatively new addition as our wastewater manager. The wastewater system consists of some 10,250 customers, 127 miles of gravity sewer, 2,700 manholes, 1.6 miles of sewer force main, 13 lift stations, and a 2.4 million gallon per day treatment plant. The wastewater system collects, treats, and discharges 2.4 million gallons of wastewater per day to the Salinas River. Treats and discharges. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the City Council and the residents of Paso for making substantial investments in the wastewater treatment over recent years. The two major plant upgrades completed in 2016 and 19 have enabled the city's wastewater system to meet stringent discharge requirements, effectively treat wastewater to meet recycled water specifications, and have created the capacity needed for community build-out. Wastewater division consists of 4 functional groups: industrial waste and pretreatment, wastewater collection and system maintenance, treatment plant operations, and a water quality laboratory. Each department plays an important role in effectively collecting, conveying, and treating wastewater generated within the city of Paso Robles. Maintenance within the wastewater division consists primarily within the collection system and treatment plant. Some of the maintenance activities regularly performed include pump and valve repairs and replacement, electrical and instrumentation troubleshooting and repairs, calibrating water quality analyzers, sewer cleaning and video inspections, routine preventative maintenance, responding to sewer system blockages, etc. Some projects that the wastewater division have recently completed are highlighted here. For example, phase 1 of the airport area sewer extension, which consists of installing a new lift station near the entrance of the airport, as well as extending sewer service out Dry Creek Road. We also performed a major overhaul of the belt filter press and drained and cleaned a 3.5 million gallon anaerobic digester at the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater collection system recently underwent a SCADA upgrade to improve remote operation and control of the city's sewage lift stations. And the collection system maintenance crew has cleaned over 60 miles and video inspected over 40 miles of sewer pipe within the city last year. Moving forward, a primary focus within the collection system is sewer system expansion in order to accommodate new development. The following slides highlight a few of the expansion projects that we are focusing on. The Scott Street Sewer Project. This project is essential to accommodate the increased flows associated with the Veneto development. This developer-funded sewer project includes upsizing approximately 4,460 lineal feet of sewer down Commerce Way, Scott Street, across Preston Road, and down Flag Way towards the golf course. This project is anticipated to begin construction early this summer. The future Union Road lift station. This lift station would handle flows from future developments in the Mill Road corridor near Vina Robles Amphitheater and Hunter Ranch Golf Course. This lift station would also allow existing non-sewer developments, such as the Paso Robles Sports Club, to tie into the city sewer. Finally, the lift station could accommodate future flows from North Chandler Ranch when developed. The city has established an easement from 2009 for the construction, operation, and maintenance of public sewer facilities at the site where the lift station will be constructed, directly across from Barney Schwartz Park. Approximately 1,600 lineal feet of 6-inch sewer force main has previously been installed under Union Road in anticipation of this lift station project. The Airport Area Sewer Road Extension, Phase 1. This project, staff is working on the preliminary design of a sewage lift station in the airport area. The new lift station and force main would be constructed in conjunction with the future bridge over Wero and would serve developments at the northeast end of Wisteria Lane and the continued growth around the airport and Dry Creek area. And for water, our illustrious city engineer has recently joined the utilities department as our water division manager, David Affey. There he is. Similarly, the water system consists of 174 miles of pipe, 10,000 connections, 5,000 valves, 1,800 hydrants, 20 wells, 2 treatment plants, 4 storage tanks, and 7 pump stations. The Paso Robles Water Division is committed to reliably providing our customers with high-quality potable water. We do this by operating and maintaining an extensive system of water production, treatment, and distribution facilities. Operation and maintenance of our assets are critical for providing potable water to our customers. We must continually monitor our facilities and operations to ensure the quality of the water we produce meets or exceeds federal and state standards for water quality. The Water Division consists of 5 functional groups: routine maintenance, heavy repair, water treatment, water quality sampling, monitoring, and reporting, and water planning, management, and SIGMA implementation. The routine maintenance group performs meter changeouts, valve exercising, customer service turns on, turn-offs, utility markings, coordination with construction contractors to monitor and enforce city requirements for distribution tie-ins, new construction, and testing. The heavy repair group addresses major leaks, installs and replaces customer service connections and fire hydrants, and performs repairs on pumping facilities, wells, and other major water infrastructure. The treatment group operates and maintains the city's treatment facilities, including the city's surface water treatment plants, as well as head the treatment systems. Monitoring, water quality, and reporting group performs daily inspections on booster stations, wells, reservoirs, treatment facilities, and monitors system SCADA, collects water quality samples, and prepares regulatory reports on water quality, water consumption, water losses, surface water, and surface water diversions, and are continually monitoring for changes in regulations that may affect water quality. Utility planning and management is responsible for planning and coordination of water system CIPs, budgeting and rate setting, and the management of water resources. Additionally, new responsibilities include participation in the development and implementation of our collective groundwater sustainability plan, focusing on sustainable use of water from both the Atascadero and Paso Robles groundwater basins. Just a couple of slides of our crews at work, some pipeline repairs, and cleaning out some GAC vessels, maintenance on reservoirs. These are some major leaks, some of the fun stuff. And I'll provide a brief overview and update on our city's water supplies and some recent projects that the city's water department has completed or is currently undertaking. The city maintains a very reliable water supply portfolio. The city utilizes surface water from the Salinas River, groundwater from the Paso Robles groundwater basin, and surface water from Lake Nacimiento. Each individual supply provides unique benefits and challenges, and through managed use, the city has significantly improved the robustness and reliability of its overall supply. Additionally, through the city's conservation program and efforts to keep water rates updated relative to the cost of providing water service, the city has significantly reduced its water use over the past 15 years and continues to meet long-range conservation targets. In this slide, you can see the annual water production, represented in blue, has actually decreased 28% over the past 15 years, despite an increasing population. This dramatic reduction in water use results from improvements in water use efficiency throughout the city in our community's extensive efforts to conserve water. Some recently completed water projects include 21st Street Reservoir. This was the construction of a new 4 million gallon pre-stressed concrete reservoir on the west side of town. We updated our water master plan, urban water management plan, and water rates. Completion and acceptance of our groundwater sustainability plans by DWR. Replacement of 2 major hydrodramatic tanks for the 24th Street and Orchard Bungalow boosted zones. Water main upgrades and replacements throughout the city in coordination with road projects, some 6,700 feet worth. Completed a potable water loop around the city's airport to improve area fire flow. Some upcoming projects in the water department include developing our fire flow improvements in 2 areas of the city, Sherwood Acres and Fairview and Crestline. Those projects are highlighted in red on this map. Also developing a plan for replacing existing water main crossings at the Union Pacific Railroad. Existing crossings are approaching the end of their useful life and are in need of replacement. Additionally, we are continuing major repair and maintenance on the Golden Hills tanks. We currently have 1 tank out of service now, and when that one's completed, we'll move on to the second. We're planning for major domestic water service replacement project around Turtle Creek Park. That includes over 350 water services. This work is being done preceding a J20 paving project, as this area has a very high rate of service failures due to faulty construction work. Completion of the tar well replacement. This project has been held up as a result of COVID and long lead times with PG&E, but we hope to get that wrapped up here this year. And then lastly, the AMI project. We're also developing an advanced metering infrastructure project that will help the city maintain continuity in our water meter readings which are the basis of water and sewer customer billings and are critical for consistent revenue generation and supporting of the water and sewer funds. Beyond providing the continuity in meter readings, AMI has many other benefits, including improved timelines and consistency for meter readings. Customers can access their water data and develop customized alerts for high or low water uses. Rapid leak detection and notification will reduce water losses and save customers money. Improve distribution operation and demand projections. Identification of backflows. This is really important to ensure that there's nothing being pumped backwards into our system. It will notify the utility if there's a backflow event. It can significantly reduce vehicle trips for meter reading and rereads. In 2022, the staff began evaluating AMR and AMI solutions from prominent industry providers that are compatible with the city's existing water meters. By using AMI hardware that is compatible with a large majority of city water meters, we were able to provide a much more cost-effective remote metering reading system. Doing so will significantly reduce the amount of labor and cost needed to implement. We identified 2 solutions, met with system providers, and reviewed the equipment and solutions in detailed product demonstrations. Staff has reviewed budgetary costs and proposals from both manufacturers. After evaluating the prominent solutions, it was clear that one solution provided a strong advantage over the alternatives, and our staff proceeded with conducting a pilot on the preferred AMI solution provided by Badger Meter Company. The cellular-based AMI solution avoids costly meter changeouts, and because it uses a cellular network, avoids having to construct towers and antennas throughout the city to relay meter readings to a data management system. The next steps are to formally negotiate pricing and agreements with Badger and Beacon Solutions and prepare bidding documents for installation of AMI equipment on the city's water meters. Each of these steps will come before council for approval, tentatively planned for late this summer. We will also need to begin integrating data management systems with the city's existing customer and billing system software. This can be a lengthy process, so we need to begin very soon. We're expecting installation to take approximately 1 year. And that concludes our update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all that information. Again, this is an information item. No action is required by the council. Let's see if the council members have any questions or comments, starting with Councilman Gregory.
Yes, I do have one quick question for Chris. When you redo the Golden Hill tanks, what is the process and what are you coating the tanks with?
So what we'll typically do is we'll dive the tanks and we'll assess the extent of repairs that are necessary. Best case scenario, and this is done, we dive those tanks every 5 years. Typically, coatings last about 10 years. So we expect at a minimum on the second dive that we're going to see that some coating repair is needed. We'll also evaluate the structural members inside the tank to determine whether or not any steel work is necessary. And typically we have a little bit of steel work. Sometimes we have quite a bit depending upon how well those coatings held up over those 10 years. And then we'll drain those tanks, we'll isolate the tank, we'll drain it down as far as we can, and then we'll open it up and we'll start doing the repairs. Sandblast, you pretty much sandblast all the old coatings off, you bring in new steel, do anything you need to do there, and then we recoat it, and we use epoxy style paints to coat the interior.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor. Christopher, 2 questions, and this is my concern always on the west side of the river, basically the old part of town, and regarding the sewer lines and the water lines. And I noticed, again, you've done quite extensive research in viewing the insides and checking them and all, but how are we sitting overall on the west side? Do we have a lot of issues with things starting to fail because of the age? We're coming up on 130 years on some parts of the city. So
we do. There are definitely areas that we've identified as deficient and that need upgrade. We do have quite a bit of steel pipe on the west side that is heavily tuberculated, right. So the flows are greatly reduced. So and what happens as a result of that is you'll have, for example, reduction in fire flows because you have all this friction inside the pipes. So we do fire flow testing and modeling, and we've identified areas throughout the west side that need to be upgraded and loops that need to be completed in order to do those, to make those enhancements that are necessary. And we do have those planned in our CIP. We plan on focusing quite a bit on the west side. And some of these projects that I identified tonight do address fire flow issues on the west side.
Right. Again, especially now we're doing our Firewise lookout for the west side with regard to the wildland interface coming in. And, you know, our fire flows are going to need to be, or piping is going to have to be very good if we do have an issue that might need to be used. But the last question is the water. Our portfolio is quite extensive. And do we have enough water to build out and beyond? Or what is the thought here? Because people are always telling me we don't have enough water. Why are we building?
So based on what we have and what we know today, we have ample water through build out. But of course, each one of those supplies in our portfolio has its strengths and its weaknesses. We're also subject to changes in regulations. And I'm bringing this up now because there's something called the UCMR, the Unregulated Contaminant Rule, that requires the city to sample for contaminants that are currently unregulated by the federal or state government. And what they do is they go out and they assess how prevalent certain constituents are amongst water purveyors and determine whether or not they need to establish public health goals and MCLs, or maximum contaminant levels, for specific constituents. One of those constituents that's going to be the focus of the next UCMR sample are PFAS chemicals, those forever chemicals that we've been hearing about. We have sampled for them in the past, but not to the level for which they're requiring us to sample for now. We're talking, levels of parts per trillion. And we have never sampled to that level before. Right. So we do know that we have areas that could potentially contain PFAS down at those kinds of levels, and that's areas out around the airport. Firefighting foams typically contain these PFAS chemicals. The good news is that area does have a lot of clay, and so that could protect those contaminants from getting down into the water. But I bring this all up is because while right now we feel really good, the water environment is ever changing. And while we might look okay right now, it could be 2 years from now we can't pump any of the wells at our airport, worst case scenario, until we install some treatment technology to deal with it. So in terms of overall volume, we have ample supply. But there are risks associated with each of those. Nacimiento, for example, goes down periodically, and we know that. Salinas River is subject to drought. If we don't get rain, that underflow dries up very quickly. So being able to manage having a multi-leg portfolio that you're able to manage and balance is very important. So we're lucky in that regard. We don't rely solely on one source of supply.
Very good. Well, again, the thing I would say is that, the first and foremost thing about a city is to protect its health and welfare and safety of all its residents. And again, I think the utility department is huge in making that happen. So congratulations on the program that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, one question having to do with the repairs in the Turtle Creek Sierra Bonita area. What is your timeline for completion of those so that we can get to the street paving?
I believe that project is almost ready for bidding. So that's being managed through Deedis and her group. Maybe Deedis can answer that.
Yes, the replacement of the services at the Sierra Bonita neighborhood is out to bid, and the bids are due on June 29th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bausch.
Similar question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar question for Commerce Way. So there was some excitement that Commerce Way was going to be resurfaced, and then noted that there was going to be a sewer line needed to be replaced out there. Any thoughts on when that sewer line might be replaced so that Deedis can get back out there and get that repaved?
I'll let Matt or Casey.
Don't fight all over this. It's just.
Casey, you got to go. Casey,
come
go to the, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
We anticipate that project will likely begin this summer, as it's a key element to the development happening over there in the Veneto project. So we don't have a firm date, but we think they're going to want to get going in the dry weather.
Okay. All eyes on Commerce Way, so thanks very much. We appreciate that. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you for that information. That is also an information report. No council action is required.
Pardon me, Mayor
Next
Martin.
up, we have our streets.
Mayor Martin,
Yes.
we do have a caller online, a member of the public who would like to comment on this presentation. It is
good.
Jan Albin.
Welcome, Jen.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Christopher, I have a question about the anaerobic digester. If I'm not mistaken, when Paso Waste came to the city council, they asked for a 5-year extension on their 5-year contract so that they could better secure funds to purchase the anaerobic digester. And that has not happened as yet. Can you tell me why it hasn't happened? I mean, that may be a question for them, but I would think you would know that. And so where do we stand on that? Will it ever be implemented for what was promised?
Go ahead. Good evening, Jan. This is Matt Thompson, Recycled Water Manager, former Solid Waste Coordinator. You may recall during the extension of the Paso Waste franchise agreement that we did extend their contract. That was primarily to provide them additional time to amortize replacement trucks in their fleet, but it also would signal to financing agencies that Paso Robles is serious about supporting Paso Waste in their endeavor to install an anaerobic digester for the purpose of converting organic waste into renewable natural gas. Paso Waste and Recycle is in the middle of conducting a solid waste rate study. They have not yet submitted it to the city. We expect it soon, likely by July. And that will clarify how much of a cost impact the construction of the anaerobic digester would have on the typical solid waste customer in the city. So it's a bit too soon to say. The city is facing a decision point this summer as to whether we want to propose a solid waste rate adjustment that includes the likely additional cost for the anaerobic digester. Also, between now and then, Paso Waste expects to learn whether they have received a $2.5 million grant that they have applied to for the state of California, CalRecycle for, which will be a big factor in whether the anaerobic digester project is economical.
Is there anyone else in the room that has a comment or a question? Online?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Street maintenance update. Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, tonight Public Works presents a report on the status of road maintenance, both capital projects and in-house work, and also provides an update on our work to address the expiration of supplemental sales tax measure E12 in 2025. It is important to remind ourselves of the scope of road work in the city. We have 33 million square feet of pavement comprised of what are called arterial streets, like Spring Street and Niblick, collector streets like Rolling Hills and Scott Street, residential streets and alleys. The majority of pavement in Paso Robles is in our residential neighborhoods. A small but mighty staff works on our roads, developing and managing projects, and for the streets crew actually doing the work. You all know Ditas Esperanza, the driving force behind streets construction and repair projects. This past year, Kevin Wells joined the team. He's standing in the back of the room as Assistant Capital Projects Manager. David Licaro, also in the back of the room, manages in-house streets work, and he is supported by a 7-person crew. Bob Morrow, supervisor, Chaz Silva, Matthew Willis, Jose Lopez, David Ruvalcaba, Justin Dowling,
and Jose Garcia. Since 2012, when E12 was voted in and accounting for all funding sources, including gas tax, SB1, grants, J20, and E12, the city will have accomplished approximately $62 million of work, or an average of $5.6 million a year. I've included just a few photos of the numerous completed projects. Spring Street on the left, a portion of Vine Street on the right. Oops. Sherwood Road, 13th Street, Dry Creek Road, Rambouillet, curb ramps on Melody, restriping on Niblick, and the Country Club neighborhood. Mr. Frace, could you start the video, please? Other projects completed this fiscal year include the Appaloosa neighborhood and West Side Road repairs on portions of 2nd, 3rd, 11th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, Olive, and Oak Streets. Could you start this video, please? A major milestone will be accomplished next week with the soft opening of the Golden Hill Roundabout. While some minor work is completed, the roundabout will be open to traffic. I think we've all seen this computer-generated model, but it is probably more important to see a real test run using the longest and heaviest rig that could be traveling the roundabout. And could we start this video? Dave Spur ran his 108-foot fully loaded rig through the roundabout last Wednesday. As you can see from this short sped up clip of the test, fully loaded, the rig successfully navigated the roundabout. When you see the truck crossing the reddish-orange section of the road, that is the design truck apron and is functioning as planned. And we end with a major thumbs up. And even better, a handshake from Mr. Spur. I invite all of you to a ribbon cutting and celebration of the roundabout, the official opening on Friday, June 23rd at 10 a.m. at the site. Please all come for a equipment parade and celebration of this major project in Paso Robles. Again, since 2012, more than $62 million has been spent on road repair, maintenance, and rehabilitation from all funding sources. More than 45% of the total 33 million square feet of pavement in the city has been touched, close to 15 million square feet. This map is also a visual representation of Council's directive to focus on arterials and collectors first, with some residential streets worked in. The majority of roads that remain are residential streets. Moving to our in-house operations, a critical piece in viewing the road program as a whole, the 7-person streets crew put down over 230 tons of hot mix asphalt, filling potholes and doing other minor repairs this year, while responding to citizens' calls and as part of their planned work. They used 105 gallons of red paint and painted almost 15,000 feet of curb. The crew repairs and replaces sidewalks, maintains street and traffic signage, and ensures street safety during events. I'd like to call special attention to their work during the January and March storms. Along with others on city staff, the streets crew worked around the clock, keeping roads open and safe and protecting the community. A quick review of all the funding sources that in total comprise our road maintenance program. We've been talking about Measure E12, this half-cent supplemental sales tax that contributes approximately $6 million in road project funding per year. Senate Bill 1, another $500,000 for road repairs annually. Gas tax, about the same amount for slurry seal, sidewalk repairs, striping, and hotspot repair. Into the mix for this fiscal year is Measure J20 at $10.2 million budgeted for this year, $3 million next year, and $1.5 million forecast in fiscal year 24-25. Measure J20 expires in 2033. The general fund budgeted $1.6 million this year for road work. Grant funds were in the mix with $1.8 million budgeted this year and $14.7 million budgeted next year. And finally, traffic impact fees, $220,000 budgeted in this fiscal year. DEDIS is going to review 5 major road projects addressing community needs that are in progress.
Thank you. So the first project that I want to talk about is the Creston Road Corridor Project. Phase 1 is from South River Road to Orchard. The project features for Phase 1 is to upgrade old sewer pipes, water mains, and to install some fire hydrants that are missing along the corridor. There will also be a traffic signal at Walnut and Bolin, and then pedestrian enhancement with push-button flashing lights at Trigo, Ivy, and Orchard. We will also be upgrading over 30 curb ramps to meet current ADA standards, complete missing sidewalks, and finally, of course, repair and resurface the road. There will be striping for bike lanes, and in areas where we have space, there will also be buffers for the bike lanes. We are currently out to bid, and the bids are due on June 22nd. And so we're hoping to schedule it for award in August of this year. By the way, however, you might have noticed that PG&E is currently at the site, and after 3 years of coordination and negotiation, they are finally relocating their poles that are in the way of our project. So in a sense, albeit to what people might say, the Creston Road project has indeed started. Funding is a combination of Senate Bill 1 funds, E12, J20, and we also have a state partnership grant for $600,000. San Luis Obispo Council of Government also gave us a grant for the pedestrian enhancements at the school. And finally, we have some gas tax included in the budget. Phase 2 will come once Phase 1 is completed. Phase 2 will be from Rolling Hills to Niblick. The most major feature of Phase 2 is the construction of the roundabout. We are able to move into Phase 2 because of a state legislature grant of $3 million that we received through the wonderful efforts of City Manager Ty Lewis and Assistant City Manager Chris Hewitt. We didn't know we were going to be moving to Phase 2. When we found out we got the $3 million, Chris came to me and said, start designing Phase 2, DEDIS. We have $3 million for you to use for construction. So we will be designing that probably the end of December so that we will be completing it or starting the construction at the heels of the completion of Phase 1. The next project I want to talk about is the Niblick Corridor Project. This project goes from Spring Street to Creston Road. A major component is to improve the pedestrian access by providing a multi-purpose path, install missing curbs and sidewalks, particularly on the south side of Niblick, just east of the school district where there's nothing there. We will also improve the traffic signal to improve traffic flow. The city received a $13 million active transportation grant and we're required to match it with another $3 million. So the total budget for this project is $17 million. I just want to remind the City Council that your preliminary design was indeed approved in 2020 through a very robust community outreach. So we will be using the design that the City Council approved and designing it at about 30% level so that we could use that to prepare the numerous technical studies and environmental documents that's needed in accordance to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. You've awarded the project to do the environmental design, and this phase should conclude in about 18 months. Once that's completed, then we will move to the design phase, which should take another 18 months, and finally move into construction. All phase of this project is funded with the grant with a contribution of $3 million from the city. The next project is the 24th Street Bridge rehabilitation. The environmental phase of this project is complete. We are now at 65% design. We have completed all the appraisals that's needed to acquire right-of-way. We have given the appraisal to the property owners so they could consider the appraisal that was done on the value of the property that we need from them. We will also be acquiring some right-of-way from the railroad, and then we will be doing a land swap with the Paso Robles Event Center through the 16th District Agricultural District. We have a federal highway grant for this project. They funded the environmental, the design, as well as the right-of-way acquisition. So even though the cost to acquire the right-of-way is quite substantial, that's mostly coming from the federal highway grant. Once all the right-of-way is in place, then we move to 100% design, and then we wait for the federal highway to give us the construction to do the project. They will fund 88% of the project, and we contribute the other 12%. Just to let you know, the existing bridge will remain in place during construction, and that's where traffic will be utilizing it. There will be no closure of the bridge. It will remain open at all times. And then we will be constructing the south side of the new bridge. Once the south side new bridge is constructed, we will then demolish the old bridge, and then at the end, we will do a closure pour to tie the two bridges together. In a few weeks, we will also be, in a few months, we're also designing some ADA projects on the east and west end of the bridge. And of particular interest is we'll be finishing the missing sidewalk in front of the Paso Robles Center, and we'll be doing an ADA curb ramp at the southeast corner at Riverside and 24th Street. There's also the Huera Creek Bridge and Roundabout, and it's also an airport road realignment. This project is 65% design. The environmental is complete. And this is, we're now moving to acquiring right-of-way and also getting permits from the Army Corps, the Fish and Game, and the regional board. This is primarily funded with development impact fees. So on the south end of town, we have the South Vine realignment and the South Vine Bridge. The developer will pay for the undergrounds of all the sewer and water under the realigned Vine Street. We are responsible for the bridge construction. So it's a 50-50 split for the roadway construction of South Vine. Our share is being funded with development impact fees as well as some ARPA funds. I forget what that stands for, but it's a federal grant. So we're trying to expedite the project by doing phase one first, which is the South Vine realignment. And we're hoping that we would be out to bid for that project in the next few months and then be in construction early in 2024. We do have a time commitment with the developer. That's why we need to expedite the project. And finally, we have our Union Road 46 East Bridge overcrossing. This project is in an environmental phase. Thank goodness, last week we received wonderful news. Caltrans approved the 20 or so technical studies that was needed for the environmental. Now they're reviewing the actual development, the DED, draft environmental document. And once they approve that, then we will go into a public circulation. We hope to have an open house and give that to the public for their view, and then we'll be ready to design it. We do have a $1.5 million set aside from SLOCOG to do the design, and we're required to match it for a total of $3 million to do the design. In November, the city of Paso Robles submitted an application for the right-of-way acquisition and construction of this bridge. And we're hoping that by the end of June, we can deliver the good news that we have $58 million to build this project. So our mayor, our city manager, and assistant city manager are doing their best to make sure that we have that good news. And I think I'll pause for that. Okay.
Thank you, Ditas. Again, information report, no action required.
Mr. Mayor, we're continuing with the report. We're just trading off speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd take comments on that portion of the report. Please proceed.
Thank you. Measure E12 is the consistent funding source for road work in the city. It is key to maintaining and improving our pavement condition index, or PCI, for all city streets. As mentioned, E12 sunsets in 2025, and we have not only recently repaired roads to maintain, but many more to address for the first time. Ditas will go into this in more detail, but roadwork should be continuous. When a street is repaired, to maintain acceptable PCI, it will need treatment in the next 5 to 10 years. And again, E12 is the consistent funding source for the work. Ditas will now review PCI and our use of it in developing roadwork plans.
So PCI stands for Pavement Condition Index. In 2021, the city completed an actual field review of all the streets in the city. A PCI of 100 is a perfect newly built street. As the deterioration goes, then the rating also decreases. So this graph illustrates the deterioration curve of a street. As you can see, As you can see, I don't know where the thing is, but anyway, up the top, the curve starts out, it deteriorates slowly. And as it does, if we can catch the deterioration at the top there where there's the first finger, treating the road for its maintenance would only cost about $2 to $5 a square foot. But then there's a point where there's a sudden drop of the deterioration, and now that cost goes from $6 to $14. In addition, we're required to upgrade all the curb ramps in the vicinity to meet the ADA requirements. So that adds also costs to the city. In 2016, when the city was just beginning a more robust pavement management, our overall PCI was 54. You would think with all the money that we've spent, as Frida has indicated in previous slides, that we would have a very high PCI. Unfortunately, 6 years later, our PCI is at 57. It was 54, we're now at 57. This doesn't seem to be much of a progress considering how much money we've spent. The reason is, although we have been improving numerous roads in the meantime, the other roads have continued to deteriorate. In addition, once we finish the roads, really, we need to go back 5 to 10 years later and put another treatment there in the early stages of the cheaper slurry seal. For instance, in 2012, we did Rolling Hills and Walnut and several of those streets. That was in 2012. That's 10 years ago. We haven't touched those roads. We should go back and do those streets to get their PCI increase. So in order for us to have a meaningful rise on our PCI level, we need to come up with a maintenance plan that has a backup of funding to make sure that we can get our PCI higher than 57, maybe all the way to 60 or 70. To that end, Frida will present to you a proposal that we have for you to consider.
So what are next steps? How do we move forward with work given the E12 sunset date? We hear community concerns about residential streets. And the fact is that current estimates show that $250 million is needed for the remaining work. A new or renewed funding source with no sunset clause is needed to finance, build, and maintain the Paso Robles road system over the long term. Staff has been working behind the scenes to develop a roads master plan to start the process. And the first step in that process is what will be a public GIS map where anyone can click on a road segment and find out the current PCI, the date of last repair or repairs, and what that repair was. And I'm going to ask Mr. Frace to do a live test of the GIS site so we all can see how this will work. So this is the actual site that's in development. Warren, if you would click on one of the street segments, you can see that this portion of 7th Street has a PCI of 92, which makes sense because the map is color-coded. The lightest yellow are the highest PCIs, and red are the lowest or in worst condition. If you click down on that street maintenance table, you can see that that portion of 7th Street had some heavy rehab in 2020. Thank you. The goal for staff is to use this tool to develop a council-approved roads maintenance master plan so that any member of the public can go online and find out about any street in the city, its condition, when it was last repaired, and when it is next scheduled to be worked on. Staff will use the data to develop, propose, and group projects for construction. And with that, I would be happy, or any of our staff would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's begin questions and comments with Councilman Strong.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to take the time to do that because my next meeting is at 5 a.m. and I'm going to have to leave this meeting in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It looks like from obviously the picture we are seeing right now, clearly it's the west side that is the oldest part of town and is in need of the most. And that's why I've had so many comments from our constituents on this side that, when is my street going to be done? And I think what I've told them mostly is that the PCI is so low that it's not really at this point worth putting any extra money into keeping it up, but yet it's going to have to be a complete redo. Is that kind of a fair answer, Ditas?
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And again, it's a great tool. I didn't know we had this.
It's just in development now.
Right. Okay, so we don't have it fully. If somebody were to come on, they wouldn't be able to see everything right now?
Not yet, no. Kevin Wells is leading our effort to load in all the information, and as soon as it's completed, you will be, even without clicking on it, you can see, if you zoom in, as Mr. Frace is, the PCI of every street. So it's a very, very easy tool for anyone to find out what the status of their street is.
So for instance, Vine right there, Warren, I mean, can we tell when the last time we actually worked on it? I mean, as far as an overlay, you said you're going to have that information
We
on there?
will have that eventually. All the tables will be filled out with information.
Very good. Thank you, Frida. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Bausch?
Same question with the map. It's a great tool. Hopefully we can stick with that resource. And I think all of us get that same question. When is my street going to be done? I think you mentioned an amount of $250 million for ongoing work. It's a very scary number. We spent so much money so far, and yet that's just a drop in the bucket, it seems like, what really needs to be done. So be an interesting conversation to have in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
So Frida, this map that you have on the screen now, that'll be updated as we improve streets as we go
As
along?
each street is worked on, the updated information will be loaded in, yes.
Okay. And then I was just curious about the percentage of the money we've raised through the half-cent sales tax. During that time, how much money did we receive in grants to help?
I haven't split out it that way. I have amounts budgeted as I reviewed an earlier slide for this year and future years, but I could get that information if you'd like to see.
I think that'd be helpful because I don't know who the grant getter is. I think it's a young lady standing at the mic. But I think it's important information to, we really need to have the half-cent sales tax supporting a lot of the grants that we're receiving. And I wouldn't be surprised if it doubles our amount of improvement. So that's all the questions I have. That was a great presentation, very detailed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I had another question of staff.
Yes.
With regard to that, it kind of triggers it. You know, we've had that half-cent sales tax override for almost to the completion of its length of term. When is that actually going off? And will we have enough?
Mid-2025.
2025, and need to be dealt with somehow.
Correct.
Yeah.
This presentation is meant to trigger that exact conversation.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of information. We appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room who has a comment? Anyone online?
Yes, Mayor. Dale Augustin. My question is, when are they going to get to the worst street in the city, Commerce Way?
Thank you. Anyone else with a question or comment?
We have
Anyone
none.
online? Thank you. So staff, would you like to respond to Commerce Way question?
Yes, it's on the list, but we're waiting for the sewer to be installed in Commerce Way as part of Chandler Ranch. And I think Casey Shepard said that that's planned for this summer. And once that's done, then we will do the road.
Very good. Thank you. Again, information report, no action required. We move on. At this time, we're moving on to general public comments. And I would like to ask our Mayor Pro Tem, John Hammond, to take over. He's there. I'm attending virtually. This will facilitate public discussion if he runs the meeting from this time forward. So, Mr. Hammond, I hand the gavel virtually to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now is the time for general public comment, and anyone wishing to address the council of items that are not on our agenda tonight, please approach the podium, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Anshin. I work for the Downtown Paso Robles Main Street Association, 835 12th Street, Suite D in Norma's Alley. I'm a paid employee who parks downtown. This isn't about the parking later, this is a different parking. I was also a commissioner on the Parking Advisory Commission until the council decided they no longer wanted community input and disbanded that commission. Until this year, I bought a permit and I used that rather than my handicap placard because I felt it was the right thing to do. This year, I was disillusioned with the parking program. I chose to use my handicap placard instead, and I still only park in permitted spaces for employees, and I'm not in front of businesses all day. It's come to my attention that unpaid city staff / volunteers, because volunteers are actually staff who do not get paid. They get to park in any pay-to-park space in front of downtown businesses all day if they want, as long as they want, on any day they want. I have an email from Donna King confirming this program, if you want to see it, because some of you have told community members that you were unaware of this program. I have 3 questions. 1, when was this program approved by the City Council as an amendment to the parking ordinance? Number 2, what other classes of city staff, whether paid or unpaid, get this benefit for free? And why would you think, that's my 3rd question, why would you think this is equitable management? There are hundreds of volunteers in the city who work hard to create places like the Carnegie Library as a cultural and historical museum, the Pioneer Museum, the Warbirds Museum. We put on free events in the city park, like the Christmas parade, holiday lighting ceremony, community Thanksgiving dinner, and much more that make Paso Robles more than just a place for great wine. We were all told by the council that this parking program was adopted to get employees to stop parking in front of businesses all day. But you now allow a select group of unpaid workers that privilege. Those parking spaces don't belong to City Hall, for City Hall to do with as they wish. They technically belong to the taxpayers of Paso Robles and have been entrusted to City Hall to manage equitably, not to hand out as your free candy to a select group.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll get answers for you at the end. Anyone else on public comment?
I do have one caller online if no one else steps up.
Okay. We got Mitch Culver coming up too.
Good evening, Mitch Culver, 5060 Vineyard Drive. Also have properties here in Paso. Good evening, council and staff, Mr. Price, Mr. Lewis. I'm going to be pretty brief. Paso Robles is now faced with a direction. San Luis Obispo County would like Paso Robles to accept a homeless campus close to our downtown core. I'm here to ask you to bring the homeless campus proposal back to the City Council agenda for discussion, if it's possible. I'm concerned that most of our downtown city core businesses are unaware of the homeless campus proposal. With an estimated $100 million in development money currently at risk, I hope that the City Council would listen to the business people who represent the success of Paso Robles. City staff has been busy fulfilling a request to do something about the river. The staff has been doing a great job. They're doing what you tell them to do. You believe that this won't come at a cost. I think that there is intrinsic costs that have been overlooked. That's the main reason. And to my point, I've just returned from San Francisco and Portland. They share a common desire to create a resource for the homeless in the downtown districts. I feel compelled to share with you my experience and what my group encountered, but I do prefer that you read about the businesses that are pulling out as a resulting of, and the resulting values and property dropping and in decline. The good news is you can now park in San Francisco and you can now park in Portland. There's plenty of parking. The bad news is retailers have been shuttering their doors, including Walgreens, CVS, Whole Foods, grocery stores, high-end retailers like Williams and Sonoma, Abercrombie and Fitch, Nordstrom's, Anthropologie, Crate and Barrel. You get the point. The vacancy rate in San Francisco is well known in Union Square, one of my favorite areas. It's now down 25%. Lee Ohanan, the Hoover organization.org reports in on San Francisco's fall is even further into an abyss with an office value plunge of 75%. The major factor of the decay in the downtown income drivers is a direct result of homelessness and the loss of public safety. Unfortunately, the building and proclaiming of all to all that we have a campus for the homeless will not resolve the homeless issue, but rather fuel a larger homeless population that will accelerate the decline of visitors to our area. While I really appreciate the hard work of the city staff on the subject, and they're trying to come up with.
Okay, we'll go to online.
Sally Reynolds.
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Sally, can you hear us?
Okay, well, go ahead and hopefully she'll get back with us. We had a couple of questions then. Maybe Donna, if you were able to answer a couple of these questions about the staff parking, would you be able to address that? Or
I got you.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
So the question regarding the volunteers, I think Main Street's under the wrong impression. They can't park anywhere. Our volunteers originally were issued parking permits, which require you to park in a parking lot. And most of the time that was used to facilitate when we had paid parking in the in the City Hall lot to ensure that our volunteers that were coming to work for City Hall weren't charged parking. Now it's free parking inside of there, so that resolves that issue. They have been issued permits. That doesn't give them the right to park anywhere, anytime downtown all day, as the information that she might be presenting to council. It's inaccurate.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, I have another caller for general public comment, Coraline McMillan.
Caller, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
This is Coralie McMillan. I just want to say that I totally agree with Mr. Culver's comment about the homeless problem that we have in downtown Paso. I've been downtown 50 years and it's never been so bad. In fact, we've lost one of our tenants recently because they were just tired of the homelessness at our property. And we're right across from the police station. And the police do a really good job. That isn't the problem. But we do have a severe problem. So it's not like the problem is just in San Francisco. It's here as well. And I really think we need a situation where the homeless people, because we've had problems with the mentally ill homeless, not to be in where they can walk to downtown, because we do have some really big problems.
Okay.
That's all I want to say.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
And I'm told that Sally Reynolds is now available to speak.
Okay. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Sally?
Yes,
Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am.
I'm here.
You're on the air.
Somebody's talking. Hi, this is Sally Reynolds. I just wanted to welcome Mayor Martin back to the City Council. Not that Mayor Pro Temp John Hammond didn't do a good job, but he did, but we're glad to have you back. That's all.
As we are all. Same opinion. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so one last question then. Ty Lewis, then City Manager, on homeless. Can you explain kind of what has been kicked around or what we're doing?
Yeah, no, I appreciate Mr. Culver's comments to the council, and he's spot on. We will be bringing this back for a robust conversation should the county be successful in obtaining the encampment resolution funding that they're seeking. The item that was brought before council a couple months ago was clearly just seeking a council's approval to seek grant funding. If that grant funding is obtained, then we had explicit direction to bring that back before council, A, to accept the funding, and B, to bring some sort of plan forward that would also entail, some robust public outreach and council discussion regarding where that type of facility might go. There are some significant differences with the proposed type of development that we're looking at. One is that it would be very small in nature, no more than 20 units. The second part of that would be that wraparound services, supportive services regarding mental health, drug addiction, and helping them find not only jobs but permanent housing would be part of that, and it's part of a 90-day cycle. I think that the community that has been very vocal has reached council. It's been loud and clear that they don't want it downtown. I will push back a little bit on one of the callers that said that we don't want them walking downtown. They're downtown already, walking around, including at the train station. And so we are trying diligently to find alternative sites. The one that was brought up, which is near the train station, was just an example of a particular site that checked off a lot of benefits, including being very close to social services, public transportation, shopping, and it wasn't near any real neighborhoods, which were all, and there's more factors involved with that. Currently, I have community development as well as the police department and other divisions evaluating potential sites where this could go. We have discussions going with the Paso Robles Housing Authority as well to, try and find a suitable location, because the community members that spoke tonight are right. We need to do more. In that, I was going to save it for a little bit of an update at the end, but I'll bring it up now. Both Councilman Gregory and Councilman Hammond have been attending the first two workshops regarding the city's efforts to put together a strategic plan for how the city will, be moving forward to help mitigate some of the challenges associated with the unhoused populations and what the community would like to see. As of right now, I believe there's over 20 to 25 different folks from the community, as well as industry professionals and NGOs that are attending this to provide their valuable input. So hopefully we can come up with a comprehensive plan that will help guide our strategy as we move forward to not only improve the quality of life for our community members, but also most importantly, try and address the issues and challenges that some of these folks living in the riverbed are facing to, as I think Mr. Hammond's put it, give them a hand up and not a handout. So there's a lot of things going on simultaneous. I got to give Angelica Fortin, our community services director, a nod as well. She's spearheading this effort and coordinating with our consultants and with our stakeholders within the city and in the outside areas to put together this comprehensive plan, which we're hoping that we'll bring to you by early fall.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Again, from what we've seen of the project that was down in Grover Beach, these participants, these people who are actually in these small communities have rules and regulations, very tight rules and regulations. They're not the typical riverbed person you might see. And again, it's location, 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 but it needs to be a community buy-in, in my opinion, when we get to that point in time, if it ever happens. So thank you for the report, Ty.
That really answers my question.
Yeah, if you want to come up again, please.
I was told by a volunteer that works for the city that all they had to do was give you a copy of their insurance and their driver's license, fill out a 2-page form, and they can park anywhere downtown. I have a confirming email from Donna King. City volunteers are issued a volunteer permit issued to their license plate at no cost. The volunteer permit allows the volunteer to park in any pay or permit space without payment or time limits.
Okay, well, could it get this cleared up?
Permit, that's exactly right.
Permit or paid.
It is not anywhere downtown unlimited.
That's where they park.
I don't, Donna, would you like to address this directly unless I have misinformation?
Is this your email, Donna?
Yes, the volunteer permits are issued just as the senior permits. So they can park anywhere downtown.
Then there's some confusion. We'll correct that. They can't park anywhere downtown. It was intended. I hear you. Thank you.
It's a work in progress with regard to this parking thing, so that's for sure. Okay, are we finished with everyone in the room and online? Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Now we come to a consent calendar. These are items that are not considered full discussion unless one of us require or any of the public require discussion on the items. Tonight we have items 1 through 9. And I'll ask then the council at this point if there be anyone that wishes to pull an item to discuss further.
Not for me, John. Thank you.
Councilman Gregory, Councilman Belsch. Mayor Martin, do you have anything to pull?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wishing to pull an item of consent? Seeing none, bring it back to the council then to discuss and or make a motion.
Councilman Hammond.
Councilman Gregory.
I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve consent items number 1 through 9.
Second.
1 through 9, Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Belsch. Any discussion? Is Councilman Strong still online?
No.
No, sir, he is not.
Okay, very good. All right, so we'll go ahead and call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. You want to take a break here for 5 minutes before we get into, okay, we'll go ahead and call for 5 minutes here and be back in 10 after. We'll call the meeting back to order. And we left off with the consent agenda, and now we have a report of items that were approved. Mr. City Manager, Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Item number 1 was the approval of the May 10th City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 2 was the May 16th City Council meeting minutes. Item number 3 is the receipt of the advisory body minutes, which was the Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee on 2/15 and the Library Board on 3/9/23. Item number 4 is our regular reaffirmation of Resolution 23018, which it relates to remote and hybrid meetings pursuant to AB 361. Item number 5 is receipt of our warrant register. Item number 6 is approval of a declaration of public nuisance relating to weed abatement and setting a public hearing. Item number 7 is pre-approval of an FAA grant offer for airport pavement maintenance. Item number 8 is approval of an award to contract to Greenwald Inc., DBA Greenwald Builders and Frontier Skate Parks for construction at Barney Schwartz Park, which is related to the new pump track that we've been hearing reports on regularly. And the last item is approval of a contract for Paso Robles Landscape and Lighting District Maintenance Area 2.
Thank you. Comes now time to the public hearings. We'll open public hearing, and item 1 on that is the public hearing for the annual levy on landscape lighting districts for District 1 and the drainage maintenance of District of 2008-1, fiscal year 23-24. And tonight we have Dwayne Brown going to be giving a report. Dwayne?
Mayor, members of the council, Dwayne Brown. This public hearing is assessment and landscape and lighting district and drainage maintenance district assessments are developed for each sub-area based on an estimate of the cost to maintain the associated improvements within the maximum assessment revenues permitted. The engineer's report outlined the budgets and assessments for each of the designated zones and sub-areas. These reports have been made available for public inspection, including on the city's website. In all cases where an increase is proposed, monies will be applied to the operation and maintenance of applicable neighborhood improvements, including streetlights, hardscapes, detention basins, parkways, medians, open space and slopes, as well as increased water and landscape contracting costs. Landscape and lighting district funding is determined annually. Each sub-area's costs are determined based on the landscape, lighting, and architectural amenities associated with the tract and the costs associated with the maintenance of those improvements. Costs are a portion of the parcels within each sub-area based on an equity-based formula. Each sub-area is essentially assessed for only those maintenance services and activities funded by the property owners within that particular sub-area. Approximately $2,241,000 will be assessed in fiscal year 23 and 24 to fund the cost of maintaining the landscape and lighting district. 76% of the property owners, of the 4,040 property owners, will be assessed an annual increase of $50 or less. 29% will be assessed $10 or less, and that's of those 76%. 17% will be assessed between $51 and $100, and 6% will be assessed more than $100 annually. Sub-areas that do not generate enough assessment revenue to provide an optimum level of landscape maintenance service are balloted for an assessment increase. In order for maintenance levels to remain at desired levels, an assessment increase with an annual consumer price index adjustment is necessary. Areas that do not pass the balloting process require a reduction in maintenance service to stay within budget. Property owners in the sub-areas that were balloted were invited to participate in one of 4 meetings held on March 9th and 10th, 2022, to discuss issues associated with the proposed assessment increases and balloting process.
An estimated 35 individuals attended the meetings and had the opportunity to interact directly with city staff and the district engineer. In fiscal year 22-23, the following subareas that have reached their maximum assessment and were not able to absorb the rising costs of contracted services, water, electrical rates, were balloted for an assessment increase. These subareas were 1, 4, 6, 18, 63, 64, 76B, and 88. As you see from the slide, subareas 1 and 18 passed. However, subareas 4 and 6 failed. These subareas are in the neighborhood just north of Union and east of North River Road. Subarea 63 failed, as well as subarea 64. Subarea 63 is the area north of Charlotte and west of Creston. And subarea 64 is the area north of Union, and it's the parkways there on Prospect. Subarea 76B failed, as well as subarea 88. And lastly, the Drainage Maintenance District will see an annual assessment now of $422. This is the Drainage Maintenance District adjacent to Ashwood Place. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We also have Stacy Reynolds and Sabina Haug from Wildan Financial Services, the city's assessment engineer. They're also here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dwayne. Questions of staff? Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. The Drainage Maintenance District, there's a creek that runs through there. So that keeps that clear, that keeps it flowing through. It goes through some of the property owners' backyards, it seems like.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so those particular, it looks like there's 4 parcels. That's what that would be assessed for?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Gregory?
No questions, thank you.
And Mayor Martin?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Dwayne, I had a question. Just for the edification of the property owners and the city, basically, what happens when they fail to approve a levy?
Right. So each of those homeowners is mailed a flyer that basically describes any reduction in services that may occur.
Right. Essentially, there's less money to do the work that has to be done.
That's correct. So we don't eliminate services altogether, but we do have to institute a reduction.
Basically, have to live within the budget that has now been before and still carrying on.
That is correct.
Right. Right. Very good.
Typically, that means a reduction in the number of service visits by the landscape contractor, reducing water to a minimum level. We still address all safety issues, but regular maintenance is reduced to meet the assessment level.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Then we'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to ask a question of staff on the item? Come forward. Seeing none. Okay. Elizabeth Hall, Legal Counsel, can you give us then, there's 4 items here for us to vote on. Can you explain that each one has to be done individually, or how do we want to proceed? You're off.
Thank you. Can I ask you to officially close the public hearing?
Yep. Okay. We'll go ahead and then at this point close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and or vote.
And then you do have 4 resolutions before you, and you can adopt them or modify or reject them all at once. If you're going to make modifications, then I would ask you to do them individually.
Okay. All right. Do we have a discussion?
I have no modifications.
Okay.
I have no modifications. I'm ready to make a motion.
Councilman Gregory.
So I would like to approve item 1 for resolution 23XXXA, and approve resolution 23XXB, and approve resolution 23XXC, and approve resolution 23XXD. And I'll just read the following language. Amending and or approving the engineer's annual levy report for this El Paso Robles Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District for the fiscal year, number 1 for the fiscal year 2023. And that is for all 4 of those motions. Is that correct?
Yep. You have a drainage district in there also.
Yes, so.
And or drainage district.
And or drainage district. Thank you.
Yes. Second.
So basically, we're making a motion as presented by staff without any modifications. Got it? Okay, second by Bausch. And any discussion? Very good. We'll go ahead and call for the question then, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
And Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. I'm moving on then to discussion items, and this is going to be the item of parking, the 90-day review of the downtown on-street parking program, and who will have the report on that? Donna? Donna King, our parking coordinator.
All right. Hello, council members and Mayor Martin. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you tonight. Staff has presented regular updates on the paid parking program since it was launched in 2019. The goals of the program have remained consistent. A 90-day pilot program was launched on March 1st. The pilot program included a rate increase to $2 per hour after the first 2 free hours, with 3 options to pay: the Flowbird app, pay by text, and the pay stations. The new options to pay and the new sign writers have improved usability and provided clear directions for visitors on how to use the program. Tonight, I will be presenting the statistics for the 90-day pilot with a year-over-year comparison for the last 2 years. We collect occupancy rates quarterly in February, May, August, and November. This slide shows a snapshot of our May quarterly occupancy data in comparison to the prior 2 years. You can see on this slide the occupancy decreased in 22 and 23 from 21. In May of 21, council extended the parking hours to include evenings and weekends, which helped improve turnover during peak periods, and you can see the results of that action here. During the month of March, we offered the annual senior parking permits for sale. The senior permits sold out on March 23rd. We sold 426 permits during the first 7 days. After that, the numbers of applications started to decrease, with 50 the following week and 23 the final week of sales, with only 4 permits issued on the last day. Our goal in the parking program is to provide education and encourage compliance rather than citation penalties. Our parking ambassadors have been on street answering questions and offering education on how to use the new payment methods. During the 90-day pilot, we issued warnings rather than citations to any first-time violators and citations to any repeat offenders. This resulted in 83% of violations being issued warnings rather than citations. During the pilot program, there were just over 152,000 parking sessions, with 89% of those free sessions of less than 2 hours. Approximately a third of the parking sessions were initiated using the app or the pay-by-text features. This slide shows a year-over-year comparison for the pilot period with the increase to $2 per hour after the free time. The expenses and paid citation revenue, as you can see, are estimated for May of 2023. The final numbers won't be available till mid-June. As you can see, the paid parking revenue increased about 24% over 22, but the expenses also increased with the new parking management solution by about 37%. As a result, the program had a net loss of approximately $46,000 for the pilot period and will not reach cost neutrality without citation revenue. Citation revenue is a revenue stream that is accounted for. You can see it in the right-hand column. However, it is not good practice to rely on citation revenue to support the program. Our goal with citation is compliance, not enforcement or revenue generation. The citation revenue for the pilot period is reduced due to the 83% of citations being issued as warnings and does not cover the loss from the paid parking program. Here's an update on the parking fund status. As of February 23, the general fund loan balance was just over $570,000. The initial startup costs of the program were approximately $542,000. As you can see, the overall revenues are beginning to exceed the expenses, but this is due to the citation revenue, which will fluctuate from month to month. The Flowbird parking contract, or I'm sorry, the Flowbird contract for parking management was extended during the 90-day pilot, but it expired May 23rd. If the Flowbird contract is not renewed, all services provided by Flowbird will be discontinued. They have given us a extension to allow for us to meet tonight. But if all services are discontinued, they will include the Flowbird app, pay by text, all electronic permitting, including employee permits and senior permits, merchant validation, and then it also includes the cloud software that runs the pay stations. The city will still own the meter hardware, but the meters will no longer be operable without the software. So tonight we are recommending maintaining the changes to the parking program the council adopted in February and authorizing the city manager to renew a contract for parking management services with Flowbird. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Thank you, Donna. Questions of Donna King? Councilman Gregory.
So, Donna, I have a question for you. If we were to renew the contract, just a question, what things would we ask Flowbird to do? What things would we ask them to improve to continue the program?
So Flowbird has actually done a lot for us in this 90-day pilot. Generally speaking, when you hire a vendor to provide the services that we've asked, extensive services with the app and the pay by text and all of the programming that's required for the free 2 hours, it's usually a 4 to 6 month turnover, and we gave them 7 days. So I think that they have fulfilled their contractual obligations. So I don't know that we would be asking them for anything in addition to what they've already provided, other than continuing to provide those services.
So will we improve the signage so it's more clear and things like that?
So that wouldn't be with Flowbird, but yes, we did put the temporary sign writers up.
Okay.
If we adopted a permanent program, we would put permanent sign writers on all of the signs.
All right. And is there anything else that we would do as a city to improve it?
We also had planned to update the permit parking. I actually have a slide that it was an old slide we showed a while back, but to update the permit lot signs as well as the sign writers.
And what about the kiosks themselves or the devices themselves? Will we put new ones in or what happens?
No, those would remain the same.
So just fix the...
We are just paying for the continuing service of the software.
So the software will just be updated?
Correct.
Fully. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Belsch, any questions?
So the zones that are part of the Flowbird app, the orientation on the, I use my cell phone to pay for the parking. The orientation never seems to coincide with what direction my vehicle is facing. Is there a way when we update these signs, the app asks what zone I'm in? I can never really tell. Can we update that, the signs to reflect what zone we are parking in?
So sure, I can ask them to change some of the programming. I will remind you though that the Flowbird app is an international app, so they have designed it as much as possible for the city of Paso Robles. The zones, as you say, are actually just the meter numbers. They are specific for each meter, and in Paso Robles, as you know, in downtown, it doesn't matter where you park.
It doesn't really
move
matter.
Anywhere. So
right.
You just click on any one of them. It doesn't matter where your vehicle is located.
Or just remove that from the question too. If that doesn't really matter, that would just be one less step people have to work through.
I can certainly put that request in. As I said, they have done a significant amount of programming to try and offer us the free time, which is
Sure.
not available anywhere else in the world.
To a more significant point, the citation revenue is not being included. At what point will that citation revenue be included as far as the revenue generated?
So it is included. It's part of the general fund slide. We do include that. We just don't want to count on that for the revenue of the program.
But it would contribute towards being revenue neutral.
Yes, if whatever money is made in citation revenue will continue to be paid towards the general fund.
Okay. And so that in that case would help reduce that 500,000 plus balance still owed on the initial outlay.
If we continue, if we write enough citations.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Martin, do you have any questions for Donna King?
Yeah, thank you. So if I understood the presentation, for the period you reported on, there were over 150,000 parking sessions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and of the 150,000 parking sessions, if I heard you correctly, 89% paid nothing because they were within the time limit for free parking?
Correct. There were 152 or just over 152,000 parking sessions, and 135,000 of them were free.
Okay, and then do you feel the fact that, if I remember correctly, 83% of the interactions wound up as being warnings rather than citations? Do you feel that that affects parking patterns as far as how long people are parking, or is that something that most people would be unaware of and would not take into account when they choose a parking space?
As we've shown in prior, the majority of our visitors to downtown are from out of the area, so they would be unaware that we're issuing warnings rather than warnings rather than citations. But we have done this before on prior occasions with pilots to see if it would change the compliance rate. And the longer we continue to issue warnings and the more we broadcast that we're issuing warnings for first-time violators, our compliance rate will continue to go down. People will take the gamble and hope that they only get a warning or don't get caught at all. So
Gotcha.
We'll see that continue to decline, I would expect, if we continue on that path.
Now, in the sale of parking permits, how many total permits were sold before the deadline passed?
I'm sorry, do you mean the senior permits?
Seniors?
Yeah.
So the senior permits, we had a cap of 500. So that's where we stopped.
And we sold out 500.
Correct.
Okay, and this may not be a question for you, but perhaps someone else could comment upon it. The downtown businesses, I've had several reports lately that the downtown has been very, very busy. Do we see businesses that are suffering because of the parking program?
I'm sure that downtown businesses can give you that feedback, but we have historically pulled our sales tax data. I know Mr. Cornell pulled that in February, and we saw that the sales tax data for our downtown is continuing to increase.
Thank you. Now, is there a program in place now? If I were a business person downtown and I were concerned, my clientele are seniors or the people that seem to be the most affected by this, do I have the option to participate in a validation program, some way to help encourage people to come to my business in spite of the parking program?
Yes, council passed the merchant validation program for 12 months at the last meeting. So the merchant validation program is available for merchants to purchase a 50% discount in bulk parking. We have published that. We have not had any merchants request it.
How would that work if I were a merchant and I wanted to participate in the validation process? A customer would walk in and say, hey, can I get my parking validated? But by that time, they've already entered their information into the kiosk, haven't they?
Correct. So they can start their free 2 hours and then get a merchant validation code anytime during that and be able to enter the code for additional time when they need to pay.
I see. So if I were one of those customers and I were to walk in and say, my 2 hours are about up. I want to eat lunch here, or I want to buy a pair of shoes here, whatever it is. I'd like to get another 2 hours validation. That means that I, as a merchant, would pay what, $2 to have them stay in my shop in my store?
Correct.
Okay, and you say no one has applied for or is participating in the validation project right now.
That's correct. We launched the merchant validation program actually originally when we started the parking program in 2019. And we had, I believe, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, 3 or 4 businesses that purchased them then, but we haven't had any since that initial launch in 2019.
Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Donna, I had some question. Again, I don't use the Flowbird unless I'm in a different car. My truck's already prepaid for the year. But I did get somebody that came outside the area. Actually, it was a very embarrassing kind of a situation where he came to give the Safety Fest, this is PG&E representative, a very healthy check for the event, and he got a ticket. But he also said that, well, he got a warning, I guess I should say. But he did say that he did try to get on the app, a Flowbird app, and there was no notice or any kind of a instruction that he had to register in order to get the 2 hours. So that's what I'm curious about. Is there any instructions when you open it up that you must register your car to get the 2 free hours anywhere?
So we aren't able to put that in the app. Part of the reason is that we do have laws that require us to put the fees on the main screen. So on the meters, on the app, everything, it has the rate for parking is the first thing you see. So the first thing you're going to see by law is the rates, which shows that it's 2 hours free followed by $2 per hour. So, and the app, as I said, they have made a lot of programming at no charge to us to allow for this free time. But again, no one else in the country does this. So the app is only so customizable so far that we can customize. So this is why we have this on the signs. On every sign downtown, we have this, and I know it's smaller on this screen, but it says at the bottom, upon arrival, all drivers must use an above method to begin a parking session, no exceptions for free parking. So that is on every sign downtown. And then on the pay stations, we also have at the very top, we do have to put the rate on that main screen. So there's no way to not tell them that the 2 hours are free because that is required by law. But we have on the top, it says you must enter your license plate. But I don't believe there is a way to put some verbiage like that in the app, but I can follow up and check.
I see. Yeah, that sounds like it is an issue because we do offer the free parking. It does create an issue that way with regard to getting everybody to comply properly. Something I asked you the other day about too is that at the end of every block, we do have 30-minute free parking. Correct. Do they need to register online for the free parking?
No, those spaces are just time limit spaces. Our parking ambassadors, when they go around, they just mark it with a timestamp. So there is no reason for anyone to need to register. They just arrive, make sure they are less than 30 minutes. And
approximately how many of those free parking spaces do we have currently?
I have that number for you. I think it was, we have 35.
35.
Mm-hmm. They're at the end of most block faces.
Every block, yeah. And that's basically to, jump out, get your materials and come back, move on, right? Okay. All right. That's all I had at this point. For any questions? Councilman Bausch again.
Donna, has any thought or discussion been had as how we might be able to reduce the cost, the expense of this program?
So, I don't believe there is a way to reduce the cost of a program such as this. The hardware and technology that you need to buy to be able to run a parking program, it costs money.
What's the other component of the expense then?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by the other component?
What else do we pay for? What
Pay
else
for
costs?
the parking meters. We also, for citations, we have a citation vendor so that we can follow all of the state laws and provide the proper noticing. That vendor also provides us with the e-cite technology to be able to scan the license plates that works with the pay-by-plate. And then we have staff costs as well.
Staff costs. So that would be the variable.
The
Staff cost.
There's a program of our size generally has 5 to 10 employees, and we have two full-time and 1 part-time.
Seems like a lot of employees, 10 employees. 3 employees seems adequate to me, but I don't see the full details either. So yeah, maybe I need to spend some time and figure what that is. Okay, thank you.
So what we have before us, though, is going to be then today is to continue the Flowbird. I mean, that's what is before us as far as the council to authorize the continuance, or if we don't, then it drops off.
Correct. Council did a 90-day pilot with the pricing, and so we'd like to just continue the program as is, and with that, we would be required to continue the Flowbird contract as well.
Very good. Okay. That's all the questions I have for right now. I'll go ahead and open up then to the public. If you want to speak, please line up and we'll get discussion going from the podium.
Dale Guston. I came here in '79, and I love Paso Robles. My offices for 35 years were always down within the city limits. I maintained an office even after I retired in the downtown. But then when this program was first proposed, it was Monday through Friday, and it was only $1 for the extra hours, however you want to say it, and 2 free hours. And it was going in the dumps fast that way. So they expanded, as was said, to 7 days a week until 8 o'clock at night instead of 6, which made a hardship on the locals, of course, because they like to come in around 6 and have dinner and go to a movie even. So now we have this program that still, with all these changes, is going in the red. And last time you had a meeting on this, we were told that you were going to have an alternate presentation on the cost of time parking. And there's nothing been done. Why is you giving directions to staff and they totally ignore you? I don't understand this.
Hi, my name's Coy Barnes. And it's my understanding that this parking program was created because the business owners were complaining about too many people who work downtown taking up all the customers' spaces. If the business owners aren't coming in and asking for validation pieces, which was just mentioned, that doesn't seem they're all that interested in having customers come in. Not only that, if the business owners are allowing their employees to park in the spaces that normally customers would be in, then they're shooting themselves in the foot. Why is the city putting it on the rest of the residents of the city to pick up that price? Doesn't make sense. Staff recommendation is self-preservation. They want you to recommend keeping Flowbird because they want to keep a job. Well, the residents of the city don't seem to agree with that. So it's my recommendation that you eliminate the program completely. Stop losing money. Say, okay, something that was tried, failed, and should be done with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the City Council. My name is Bill Saylor. I'm here on behalf of the Main Street Association. We represent 416 members, 177 business improvement members, and 221 associate members. We are tasked with developing partnerships to support and promote the downtown core area. This program has been discussed since 2019. At the request of our members and Paso Robles residents, we have developed a parking survey. Its purpose was to provide a safe place for residents and business owners downtown about the parking program. Our community has been very clear and is no longer willing to acquiesce to the city for a parking program. This program is not working. My calculations show that the city is losing over $230,000 a year on this program. That's not fiscally sound management, if you ask me. The question before you now is, do you continue the program or, like I said, continue to lose money? Our answers, as your constituents, is no. Our survey showed that 82.3% believe that the parking program has had a negative impact on them individually and or as a business. We have a lot of comments, over 264 comments that people did on the survey. I'm going to point out one. Our business sales at Pappy McGregor's have dropped by nearly 35% Monday through Thursday, the days locals are mostly downtown, since this past February, March, when all the parking controversy resurfaced. Locals are refusing to come downtown to deal with the parking kiosk app, even though it's free for 2 hours. In short, they are angry and over it. I'm constantly reminded how they go across town to eat and drink so they don't have to deal with it. To make downtown businesses thrive, I believe that the paid parking program needs to be eliminated and go back to being a free parking area. Through education, the local businesses can inform their employees where to park and walk a few blocks to increase open parking spots, which in turn increases their company's sales, which then increase the wages earned by higher profits. It will then make downtown a favorable place to own and run a business by eliminating the struggle of relying on tourists to make our downtown thrive Friday through Sunday. Downtown Paso should thrive and be driven by local traffic, not put out of business by the lack of locals. After all, it's our downtown. 60% of the people want the kiosks gone. Instead, we have a reputation both with city residents and tourists of being a $50 ticket place,
That's 3 minutes.
as you mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for your time. Appreciate you. My name is Tammy Tarner. I'm a resident of Paso Robles, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and also so many Paso Roblans that are quite frankly fearful and unwilling to come forward and share their concerns about the parking circumstances. Specifically, my points tonight, I never received a first-time notice. I was very new to the city recently. My parents moved here in the early 90s, but I came in August of last year. My first time downtown, I stopped by to see one of the real estate offices just off the park, in fact, across from the movie cinema. And there are no signs that indicate at the place where I parked that there was any sort of parking restriction whatsoever. I came out within probably 11 or 12 minutes of my just running inside to say something to someone and found a $50 ticket. Having spent a few years in Burbank, California, and driving all through the Los Angeles and San Fernando Valley, I've never seen a $50 parking ticket, and I have had a few parking violations. So I was shocked in a small town to have such an exorbitant amount of a fee. It was very offensive to me and quite surprising, to be completely frank. I know that there are more than 5,000 seniors in the SLO County offering 500 permits that are limited to only the city limits of Paso Robles has created quite a fuss amongst our senior residents. They do not come to downtown anymore, especially in just an overall way, it's fearful for them. They are not used to using apps or text messages. They simply will not come to the downtown area. And those, quite frankly, are some of our more spendy, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at articulating myself, but they have more of the ability to spend in our downtown areas and support the downtown merchants that are there. Saying that it is it's a revenue neutral program, that we're not interested in increasing revenues. I don't think that that's the feel of the residents of Paso. Everyone that I speak to feels like it's a money-making endeavor on behalf of the city, and it has nothing to do with the intentions, which were mentioned even tonight. The third point of the goals of the parking program were to eliminate the employee parking situation downtown. And quite frankly, you've only exacerbated that issue, and it has not corrected that, but has caused a lot of frustration amongst the citizens of this beautiful town. One of the things that was mentioned by someone that really stood out to me was it's his town, it's my downtown, it's my park. I miss going down there, having dinner, seeing a movie, and we no longer have the ability to have ice cream because we have to leave. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Corey.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff for your time and attention to this matter. My name is Corey Jordan. I'm a business owner at both 1242 Park Street and 725 13th Street. I'm also a 9-year resident of 723 13th Street. Parking is not only an inconvenience, it's become a driving factor in turning business away, potential business. I believe one free 30-minute space per block doesn't allow for proper consumer traffic for all businesses in that allocated zone. I mean, solutions could include limited paid parking for weekends only, the high traffic tourism days, encouraging locals to come back downtown. Much like Pappy McGregor's, our sales are down 20+% Monday through Thursday. It's the time we rely on our locals for business. In addition, it has been confirmed that the Flowbird app is an international platform that doesn't seem to align with the ease of downtown commerce in Paso Robles. I was informed on the break that this parking program lost money in the tens and thousands of dollars in both March and April of this year, and the data presented confirms this. It has been mentioned that the program goals remain the same. However, do the revenue numbers remain lucrative? According to the data shown during this presentation, the program has not resulted in a net financial gain. I believe those were the large red numbers under the profit and loss margins. I urge the council to support local businesses and business owners by removing this hurdle that appears to be losing money not just for downtown businesses, but the city as well. With our downtown businesses, we understand that data and revenues are not just important, they are essential in making decisions for the greater good of our city and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council members, Mayor Martin. My name is Caitlin Smith, and I'm speaking on behalf of both of my businesses in downtown and as a downtown resident. At the February meeting, I spoke up regarding our downtown coffee shop, Amsterdam. One of our main concerns remains that our coffee shop, one out of the 3 downtown, would be the only one in which customers have to pay for parking, which eliminates the convenience and also adds $2 to any of the purchases. Weekday foot traffic is and has been significantly down due to the current parking program. Locals are taking their business elsewhere out of downtown, and this is detrimental to all of our businesses. If you look around any given weekday, you can see no one comes downtown during the week. We can't survive on weekend-only traffic and sales. On another note, as we are downtown residents at 723, we live above the coffee shop and have for the last 8 years. We are now being targeted by one of the parking ambassadors, and I say that specifically because he told me that he would cite me at any opportunity that he could, and he does. I know I'm not the only person, downtown business, or resident that receives this treatment. It's disheartening to be treated in such a manner by someone who's supposed to be representing us in our city. As for the issue as a whole in regards to employees, staffing is hard enough, and now these employees are also being targeted and ticketed. What happens when there's no one to work downtown because they're being ticketed and pushed out of parking? We are what makes up what locals and tourists love about coming downtown. Safety is a whole other issue in regards to parking, and I say this representing all employees getting off late, working downtown with no real lights or security presence walking in about 3 or 4 blocks to get to their car. We need to eliminate the current parking program while we still have a chance to get our local customers back to shopping and dining downtown. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Jan Hopp. I live in Paso Robles. I moved here in 1980 because I fell in love with a man and I fell in love with this town. The first time I went to the grocery store, somebody said, "Hi, Jan," and I turned around and I had never had that happen to me before. And I've lived in several states and moved many, many times before I moved here. So it's my town, our town, and it's changed. I'm heartbroken. Just heartbroken at what's happening. This is past my bedtime, you guys. I'm not as young as all you all are. So I'm happy to be here, though. And let's see. My questions have been answered that I wrote down. Is the city making money? And the answer is no. Is the city losing money? And the answer is yes. So it seems like we're digging a hole deeper and deeper and deeper. We're not going to be able to get out if we don't stop this insanity. Have a lot of friends that won't come downtown, older people like I am, because it's too busy Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday because of the tourists. And they don't want to have a $50 ticket in their window, in their car window, along with an expensive dinner. So let's see. Even the business owners and the employees are getting tickets. I've had some people tell me that, some businesses and their employees. So I just say, let's get rid of the whole parking situation. This is 30,000 plus people. We're not LA, we're not San Francisco. I was in San Jose yesterday. Paid parking. There are no businesses there, but there's a lot of homeless. So I say again, stop the insanity and give us back our town. Very sad, very, very sad. I wish my husband were here because he's so much more articulate than I am, but think about it.
That's 3 minutes.
They're all smart people.
Thank you, Jan. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having us today, or tonight. My name is Jennifer Rauschkloth. I'm one of the owners of Park Cinemas, a member of Main Street, a member of Chamber, you name it, I do it. So, in that, I will provide you some information that I've been gathering. I have been asked by many to provide a voice for them. Unfortunately, the more I talk with people, the more I feel their defeat, their loss, their concern for safety, and their frustration. Many of our residents and our businesses are not feeling heard, no matter what they have done, or said, or emailed, or talked to, any of it. Many do not believe showing up or emailing or being here or talking with anybody is going to do any good. So why do they? They do because they're angry, they're frustrated. They want nothing to do with downtown anymore. A public survey went live on May 25th. In 11 days, we had 521 responses. So the information that Bill Saylor gave, over 80% find the parking negative impact individually or business oriented. Our residents are refusing to come downtown. They feel pushed out, disenfranchised, tourists matter more than they do, et cetera, et cetera. Many say that it doesn't matter if they can afford to pay for the parking or not. They are not going to do it. They don't want anything to do with the kiosk system. They don't want anything to do with a phone app, especially when they may not have a phone, or they can't take a picture of their license plate, or how do I do this? I have no idea. Oh, by the way, if you're handicapped, nowhere on there does it say you don't have to register unless you know the ins and outs of your handicap placard. Our businesses are showing documented losses since the beginning of the program. Loss of income, loss of customers, loss of relationships, loss of employees. We no longer get to develop a relationship. We have to spend our time explaining the parking program. Where is that fair for us as businesses? This information I've provided is nothing new. You've heard all of this. However, the majority does want no kiosks, no parking. Yes, there are some that say it's good, but most of them say no. So I ask, when are you going to listen to your constituents? What information do you need to have to let go of the program? How much money do you have to lose to let the program go? When will you be willing to admit the program is not working? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Wiesinger. I'm the owner of Jeffrey's Wine Country Barbecue. We're a restaurant in the alley next to the Main Street office. I'm also the president of the board of Main Street, and we've already had some great speakers kind of speak on what the board stance is. I was hoping to pull up that financial slide that was in the presentation. Is that possible?
Right there.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm in the hospitality industry, and I'm also in the restaurant business. And this slide to me represents an affront to both of the approach, you know, the way I go about running my business in downtown. The parking program that we have is so anti-hospitality to a community that focuses on hospitality and bringing people into our community and being good to our community members and the folks coming in from out of town. And this program is it's just abusive. And then from the business side of it, if I saw these numbers in any of my financials, I don't see how you can look at this and see that it makes any sense. And so many things that everyone else has said, I completely agree with it. The concept was to keep employees out for a period of time. It seems those businesses that were really vocal on that, they don't really participate in these meetings as much as they used to. I think a lot of us in the Main Street Association and the local businesses have been communicating with each other. This has been a hot button issue. It was important that it was addressed right off the bat. Then the city government got involved with kind of a dispute amongst businesses allowing their employees to park. Well, business is down for everybody. We've kind of talked about this. You can talk about the recession, you can talk about any other reason, but Paso's booming. We've had some awesome weekends. Just the inconvenience that we're providing to our locals is just, it's totally disappointing that business members of the community on the council can't see that this doesn't make financial sense, and it is a total affront to our community and not allowing our downtown or our residents to come downtown and to support our businesses. It's like you guys are working for the Atascadero Chamber of Commerce, because a lot of businesses are going to Atascadero because they're tired of parking down here. So I opened a restaurant in an alley. It's already a struggle trying to get foot traffic, trying to get people. I don't have the luxury of having a parking right in front of our place. So you have to, you got to walk. And we're always encouraging people. We're always trying to explain this parking program. It takes away from my opportunity to talk about Paso Robles. So please consider nixing the program.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Ray. I'm just a local, but this is a town that put a bean fest on back when times were hard, and I don't know what year that was, but like ranches and a lot of farmers and stuff, and people were hard up, and what we do? We put a bean fest, so leave your wallet at home, come on out, let's take care of each other. And then we put in parking meters downtown years and years ago, and then we cut them out. And that was like a hurrah I remember it rang all through the county when we took the parking meters out of downtown. And now, I guess what's happened is that the vendors have come, or the store owners, the merchants have come, and you guys tried to help them, but you can't help them. Government cannot do this, that you don't belong in this. It's not something that you can do. You need to get out of it, I think. I heard it say staff recommends self-preservation. That makes sense. I don't begrudge them. They're good people doing a good job. They have even a smidgen of humility when I talk to them. But I'm one of those guys, I think I can hide behind I can pretend I'm older than I am maybe, but I don't want you knowing my license plates downtown. I don't want you having my credit card. I don't want to get a ticket that I can't register my car when I move out of state because I've got that ticket. I have to pay that $50 before I don't want government in my life that much. So you know what? No play. I'm not coming down. I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to take a chance. You don't get my license plate. You don't get my credit card number. I'll park west of Spring if I have to come down here. And it just doesn't seem to be working. I came down to speak, though, because I thought I had a piece of the puzzle, like a Columbo episode. There's a clue here on who wants this. And I think it came up back when you were talking about most people come down for 15 minutes, so let's set it at 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Most people come down for an hour and 15, so let's set it at an hour. That's taking advantage of the people. That's just showing some kind of nefarious, you're playing us, and I don't want to be played. And so then the question came up. Here's my Columbo moment when you said, "Well, can we move that 10 minutes?" And no, we cannot. It's set. Oh, well, I made a call earlier. They said they can. That was a lie. That was a self-preservation lie. And if I was you guys, I would fire the city manager and then ask now who wants parking. That's all I got.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, City Council, Mayor, online. My name is Mary Ebersachs. I've been a North County business owner for 24 years, in Paso Robles for 15 years, in the downtown district. The comment I wanted to make is I'm in agreement with the recommendation of the Main Street representatives that have spoken here that it is not working, it's dysfunctional, it's costly. To hear that if we could only write more tickets, we could bring that number up, was just pretty much how the community is hearing it. That's how I heard it. It was said tonight, paraphrased. If we could just write more tickets. So let me just survey what I experience when I'm out trying to explain to people how to use the kiosk to get 2 hours free. Person had gotten a citation this week on Park Street between 13th and 14th. The citation was written within 5 minutes of the person walking back to the car, so the representative was still there. The parking ambassador was still there. The parking ambassador said, well, can you show me proof that you did this? No, because I couldn't print out a ticket from the Flowbird app. Okay, you would have received an email. Can you show me your email? Sure. Okay. So he shows that he didn't get an email. It's like, well, you should have gotten an email. So I don't have no proof. And I mean, really, it's your problem. So maybe the bank account. So the customer had to go in and look at his bank account or her bank account, their bank account, and pull up the charge had been made. $2.25, is that correct? So that was 20 minutes that they could have been shopping with me. Raising my revenues, raising this, having me talk about this wonderful town. So this week, this person is actually experiencing Paso Robles as something where he has to reveal his personal information, take time to look at an app. That's a great example of our hospitality. Now, that's the way that the community feels, that's the way a tourist feels, and it's repeated daily. It's repeated over and over again. And to hear that someone in my downtown, my neighbor, is being targeted by a parking ambassador just blows my mind and makes me very, very disruptive. But there's also people who say, I'm appreciative of the wonderful 30 minutes. I'm going to go down there, I'm going to use that, but I will never use the flow for that. Never use, I'm pounding things. That means that person will never come down and spend 2 hours and go anywhere other than where she needs to go for 30 minutes and is not experiencing the downtown. And she's a 40-year resident. People are not using it in the county. The tourists are disrupted. Our reputation is spoiled. And I wish the New York Times would report on this because it's a lot more interesting than the Sensorio notice that we're getting.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, John.
It's 2:47 now, I haven't even started. John Roush, Park Cinemas, 1100 Pine Street, right down there. In 1994, I came to this city with a dream to build a brand new, I owned the theater on Crescent Road, Oak Creek Cinemas, and I wanted to bring a really classy theater to the residents of Paso Robles. I met with all the city councilmen. I met with the community development director. I met with Norma Moy from Main Street, and every one of them pointed out to me how we have all this free parking and that we had taken out the meters years ago, and this is just a great place for you. I will tell you right now, if you had paid parking then, I would not have built that theater here. It doesn't work. Folks are sitting here about vouchers. John, I believe you mentioned that it would be a great promotion for the theater to pay for a voucher for the extra time they need. You need to understand my business. On average ticket, I get less than $5 net. You want me to pay 20% of that for $1 more to have them park? That doesn't work. Goes away. I'd like to address a couple things on your numbers. You started this program in March. You doubled the fees from $1 to $2. By every rational thought process, that should have doubled your income. You went from $37,000 in 3 months last year to $49,000. That's $12,000 more. You should have had $75,000 in income based on $2 an hour. The reality is, they're not paying for it. They're leaving. They're not going to come downtown. We're losing our customers. Residents over and over and over are telling us that. The other proof of that, on your other slide, 89% are free parking sessions. Only 11% are paying for any parking. By rule according to what we understand, and I can't remember the book that we got it from, tourists spend on an average 4 hours in a downtown. If they're not spending 4 hours in our town, there's a reason. And I think you ought to think that maybe it's because of the price that you're charging. Maybe it's because you're charging for parking, period, and this kiosk system sucks, period.
Welcome.
Hi, Sharon Foster. I know it's late and we need to get home. I just want to say I did not plan on speaking. I do not speak for Main Street. I am your little volunteer ambassador. As far as I know, I'm the only person that just walks around downtown, building relationships, trying to help people, find things, have a good time, tell them about all the wonderful things we have. I see their faces light up. Our visitors love Paso. But then when it gets to, and what can we do to make your experience better? All of that sparkle, it just leaves them. It just leaves them. And they say, do something about your parking. So you've heard the particulars, all the reasons. I can tell you, I see them. I see them. And it's not something you want to see. It's like that little pebble in your shoe that you know is there. So I do hope we can do something. And it's like a penalty against capitalism. So, but we've got some good people out here. I think Bob is a very pleasant person. He's always tries to be helpful. I think everyone has the right idea. We all want to make Paso great. We want to make Paso California's hometown. And, you know, we need to be welcoming to that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Bob Clemmy. I came to this meeting just because I'd never been to a meeting before. I mean, it's seeing what's happening, so I just want to speak something. I have no horse in the race here on this parking issue, but I've been coming here 20 years. I bought a property about 8 years ago. My wife and I retired up here about 2 years ago. I can afford to pay the parking. I go down, the app does not work. The kiosks are a pain in the butt. It does discourage me because it's just a hassle. But then you look at these numbers, it's just, from my understanding is you did this, get employees to stop parking in front of places because that was killing business. Well, from every business owner I've heard here today, their business is down. So that didn't fix it at all. And I'm a businessman, I'm a salesman all my life, and I look at those numbers too. It's a losing proposition. And the only way you can make that profitable is start issuing citations and tickets to everybody. That's the only way. There's no other way. You ask, how can you reduce costs? You can't reduce costs. 10 people are working that. You've got expenses. It's never going to work. You're driving people out of here. You're frustrating the community. It didn't work what you wanted to do. It's just a bad program. I would like to ask each one of you three, why would you vote to keep this? Why? Just why? Can we go down the list? I have like another minute or two.
We'll have our time to talk. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you, sir. Okay, I don't see anyone online. Do we have any online?
Yes, we do. Karen Talent?
Karen, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I don't see anyone online. Do we have any online?
Karen Talent?
Karen, you need to mute the meeting in the background.
Yes, I certainly can. Yes, and I think I'm on now.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello? Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. And I've been listening to the input and also kind of dialed in for a few years. And I'm not going to be popular with my opinion because my 20 years has been in off-street parking. And I know Main Street wants to have parking structures, but it's a real cart before the horse. You have to regulate on-street parking, and I'm a farmer now. I farm olives. I've got 4,000 trees, and the last thing I wanted to do is talk about parking at 9 o'clock at night. But I was amazed to find out that this program was not popular yet. From everything that my entire background in parking, this Paso Robles has done an extremely good job of rolling this out. And the only criticisms that I would have is the free parking. You really can't have free parking on the streets in the core area. You got to move it out. And it doesn't hurt to walk a block if you want free parking. And my goodness, when people are going to Jeffrey's for $100 nice supper, they're not going to mind spending $4 for parking if they can find parking. So I do think it's a great program, and we know that the sales taxes are up in the core area where this has been implemented. I think free parking should really go away entirely, except for perhaps seniors and, of course, ADA. But I'm a proponent of it because that's the only way a city is going to grow responsibly, and it's a small amount of money. Thank you.
Did we lose her? Okay. Do we have anyone else online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and close it and bring it back to council. to discuss. Again, the item before us tonight is the discussion of the Flowbird app, and that is obviously a key factor on the parking performance. So anybody wish to start off and have any discussion on the item at hand? Councilor Rausch.
I'll breach the topic. I appreciate council going along with the 90-day trial. I think we did the trial. I think there's a couple of comments that may have misconstrued my remarks when I said the only way to increase revenue was to increase the amount of citations. I was not in any way suggesting that we ask law enforcement or the parking ambassadors to write more tickets. That was not what I was saying. I also believe as a business person, we can reduce the expense of this program. I demonstrated a very short synopsis of how to do that in February. I can go back into that detail of how to reduce expenses on this and bring it into at least a cost neutral. But my real desire here is to eliminate the program completely. That would be my preference.
Councilman Gregory?
Well, I'll address the parking from an employee parking issue. We have 700 employees downtown. They did and will take the parking spots over again. Everybody needs to understand that Main Street has worked on a parking program, wanting a parking program, took out the old meters and wanted a parking program to try to protect the businesses. So what's happening is you have one way to control employees from parking on the street, and that is to have a parking program. It's the only way to control them. It's against the law to do it any other way. And they will not listen. I was married to a woman who had a business downtown that had people parking employees in front of their businesses every day, 7 days a week, not allowing the customers to park close by. The customers are the ones that are talking, not us. And you have to figure out some way to do it. So the 2-hour program for parking for free. That's a good program, seemed to be working okay. What changed it is we need to get more revenue. So we recommended going to $2 an hour after 2 hours of free parking. I received hundreds of calls after we reinstated the 2 hours of free parking. That's all we need, Steve. That's great. Thank you for doing that. You have to focus on the future and the ability to manage the city. In the next 2 years, we're going to be adding hundreds of hotel rooms downtown. Parking is going to get really intense. And this is the wave of the future. It's just, you need to control the parking. You have to find a way to do it. We've modified everything to what the public asked before we reinstated this and before we did the 90-day program. We have senior parking. We have 2 hours of free parking for everybody. And you have to do something or you'll lose the downtown. And everybody could shake their heads, but people can walk to downtown. They can park for the 2 hours, pay for the extra time. I would happily pay to eat at Jeffrey's or Buonatovola, whatever, where I'm eating, if that's what it takes. I'm about supporting the town and not supporting opinions. We need to survive. We need to help our businesses survive. And there's a large sector of businesses that need this. We have the commentary from the Chamber of Commerce. They were happy with the 2 hours of free parking because we brought it back, because it works. Our revenues are up. We did not, one of our errors or whatever reason why we didn't charge for citations for the 90-day program, doesn't matter. Those revenues are going to go up. And this is not about revenues, about making money. It's about paying for the program. We have no intent. What's that? You're out of order.
Yeah, we're discussing here.
So what we're trying to do is make it work, make it good for the city, and make it fair to everybody we can. So that's all I'll say right now. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Martin, would you like to chime in, or I can go first on that?
Your choice, John. I'll go if you want me to.
Well, why don't I go ahead and chime in a little bit?
Okay.
Again, I truly appreciate everybody coming tonight. Again, I see your passion. Your opinion matters. It really does. But on the other hand, we've been elected to do something that's difficult sometimes, and this is one of them. For 17 years I've been on council, and many, I think, in this room has forgotten about the hundreds of calls that we had complaining the fact that they could never find a place downtown to park, and that they were having to walk a couple blocks to get into town. Now it's actually the reverse. So again, it's odd because when you have few parking in a downtown core, it needs to be managed. And clearly our goal here is to get an 85% occupancy. But yet, whenever you come downtown, that you will find a place. You will not have to walk a block and a half to get to your merchant that you want to get to. So again, that's the main reason for this whole program. The issue is not making money. It's because we're not charging enough, bottom line. You go to any other city, there is no free parking. There is no 30-minute free corners. We've made a program here to try to appease people who are not happy with it. But I'm sorry, again, the fact is, if you can't walk a block and a half, which outside our core, a block and a half, it's free parking. So again, it's getting to the point where I'm hearing your side. I'm also hearing a lot of other people that you don't hear from that really appreciate the fact that they can find a place downtown. Bottom line, I'm sorry, yeah, that is the truth. So again, what I'm worried about is when we decided to do this program, it was supposed to be cost neutral, to manage something. We're going to make a huge money out of it, but it needed to pay for itself. We're not doing that. Why? Because we have free parking still. It's my proposal, again, to continue this Flowbird. That's what I would like to see, that we continue this app, because that's a key part to making this thing work. To make that happen. But in the future, I want to make sure that this council takes action to start making this become in the black. Zero gain, but basically not in the red anymore. So we've got to have the instructions to staff to make this happen. So let me get back to you, Chris, as soon as I have Mayor Martin. But yeah, there's some other discussion we need to keep going on this. But this is really critical, folks. This is really important. If we're going to, we've invested quite a lot of money on this, and it can work. It will work if we do it properly. But again, this is, we're always stuck back and forth, kind of like a rubber band. It seems like we're not making progress, and I'm, as a business owner, not happy with it at all. I've been in business here 44 years, and I also have commercial property that I had to pay for on-street or off-street parking on my property. Merchants downtown didn't have to pay for those parking spaces in front of them, or they don't have to maintain them like I do. But they think that it's theirs to dictate how it can be used. They're owned by everybody in this city, and they want to expect that when they come downtown that they're going to be able to find a spot, bottom line. So I'm getting into a little bit of a wound up thing, but at any rate, Mayor Martin, why don't you chime in, then we'll make another round.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond and Mayor Martin, just so that you're aware, since we closed public comment, Gina Fitzpatrick of the Chamber of Commerce and Stacy Jacob have both called in saying that if you have questions of them related to this issue, they're available to answer you.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Well, I wish we had heard from Stacy and Gina prior to closing the public comment, because I think that would be very relevant. I'm just going to meander here for a minute, so bear with me.
Yeah.
The parking situation, the parking problem, if you will, is nothing new to me. Before I was involved with the city council again, I was on the Main Street Board of Directors. I served as Norma's president for 2 years. During that period of time, the chorus from downtown businesses was, we can't get our employees not to park in front of our stores. I have walked the streets of downtown Paso Robles, handing out informational flyers, making the argument for saving spaces for customers, just as Norma and other people have over the years. Prior to the current program being put in place, we did two parking studies to try to come up with a way to address the needs that were being expressed to us by our downtown merchants. And one of the ironic things to me about the situation right now is that when we finally did the study that resulted in the parking program that we have right now, it was those downtown merchants that were saying that they were losing money, they were going out of business, people were driving to Atascadero because they couldn't find any parking in front of the stores in downtown Paso Robles. So the council at that time and myself at that time did what we were supposed to do. We listened. We listened to those concerns and we said, okay, we're going to invest public money in trying to solve this problem. We're going to involve the downtown businesses and anyone else who's interested in the discussions and workshops to make sure it's equitable. We're going to invest in something that will hopefully improve the situation. And all I have heard, and I'm sure that Councilman Hammond and others have heard from people that I haven't, but all I have heard since then are the people that do not like the parking program. Now, I think our arguments, when we sit as a council and we hear staff reports and we hear about revenues generated or revenues lost, or is business up or is business down, we're talking numbers. We're talking what I consider to be facts. But then we hear from our constituents who say, I really don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about how many parking sessions there were or how much money was made by businesses during that period of time. We've got statistics that say that sales taxes are up. That means businesses are successful. All I've heard this evening is that business is down and people are leaving town. So what this all boils down to me is we listen to the people of Paso Robles. We listen to the downtown businesses of Paso Robles sincerely. We invested time and money in trying to help solve a problem that was brought to us as being a crisis for our downtown. And again, I know that to be the case because I was involved in trying to solve that crisis before I got on the council. And what it boils down to now is the council making a financial argument and our constituents making an emotional argument saying, we don't want this. It's like a store that sells socks. And I know we have stores that sell socks. You may have a line of blue socks that are the greatest thing in the world. They're made of the best material. They are the best value that you can get in a sock. They will last twice as long as any other sock on the market. And your customers come in and they look at them and they go, no, I want the red socks. And a business person looks at that as a formula and says, I know that the blue sock is a superior product. My customers want the red socks. Am I going to keep trying to sell them blue socks or am I going to try to sell them red socks? Now, in the past, I have been a very strong proponent of this solution, of this parking solution. I think it makes sense financially. I think we've spent many hours of working with people trying to come up with a program that is fair and is equitable. The opinion from our downtown merchants that have contacted me, many of whom contacted me years ago on the other side of the argument saying we need help from the city, are now saying the city is driving them out of business. And I've got to be honest with you, I'm over the parking situation. If we're going to say, well, maybe the parking situation is different than it was 10 years ago. Maybe the downtown merchants now can manage their employees to the point where they aren't impacted negatively. then maybe we should consider doing away with this parking program. And I do not say that lightly because I've invested a lot of time and effort in supporting it. But I've got constituents who say, I want the red socks. I want the socks that you think are not as good for me as they should be, but those are the socks that I want. So those are my thoughts tonight.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Hammond,
Would you?
if you're so inclined, you can reopen the public comment.
That's what I was going to ask, Melissa, do we have them both online?
Yes, we do. I can put Gina live first.
Gina, if you'd like to go ahead, go ahead. We have them both online?
Yes, we do. I can put Gina live first.
Gina, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to first start off by saying we're all locals. We're all residents. And many of us work in the downtown as well. And I agree that having a parking program in place can sometimes be a pain in the neck. But to be quite honest, there's also a lot of benefits to the parking program. And as many of you remember, I was chair of the Downtown Parking Commission the entire time it was intact. So I appreciate the work that everybody has put into trying to solve the problem of parking in Paso Robles. That said, I believe that the ship has sailed. We are already entrenched in a tourism-driven economy. Countless times we've learned that tourism contributes millions of dollars to our general funds, and we all reap the benefits of it. Every single one of us do. Tourism brings us thousands of jobs, including head of household jobs. Jobs bring in young families, which equals more kids in our schools, which equals more revenue for our school districts. It's a full ecosystem. So we have to be mindful of the big picture and the entire picture as we look at all of this. That said, we have 2 hours free, 30-minute free parking spots, the ability to use handicap placards, senior permits, employee permits, vouchers, many ways to reduce or eliminate the expense for our residents. If we need 1,000 senior permits, we should have that conversation. We should be looking at all of our options, in my opinion. We spoke with 86 businesses recently, and of the 86 that we spoke with, 83 of them stated that as long as the 2 hours free is still in place, they agree with the program and they're fine with it. Leave it as is, just stop changing anything and leave the 2 hours free. If we're going to continue to welcome guests to the downtown area, so guests include residents and visitors coming from out of the area. If we're going to plan for our future, we must find a way to work together and allow a parking program to remain intact. It is an absolute necessity for our downtown. We've seen what happens without a parking program, and that is exactly why a program was established. If we need to reconsider a parking commission, I'm happy to sit back on that commission again and represent all of the members of the chamber and the businesses in our community. We can all work together to solve the challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Do we have Stacy?
We do have an additional caller, but before I put that caller live, I want to clarify that while we have reopened the public comment, if you have already had a 3-minute public comment that you have taken your turn, you do not get a second turn at public comment.
Right.
I will be putting Stacy Jacob live.
Stacy, can you hear us? Stacy Jacob, hello.
Hello, yes, this is Stacy, representing Travel Paso.
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's been an interesting conversation tonight to continue to listen to the woes of parking. I think really going on what Mrs. Fitzpatrick had just mentioned, we continue to be in favor of a downtown parking program. There's been a lot of conversation on the challenges of it, but the fact of the matter is it is in place. The 2 hours that are noted as free are very beneficial to both residents and tourists alike. Any other tourist destination has a parking program in place. Whether you are in a mountain town, if you are in another coastal town in our community, you go down to Pismo Beach, you pay for parking. There is no 2 hours free in other communities within our county overall. So I encourage us to continue forward with the program at hand. I understand we've been in a pilot program situation over the last 90 days. And while the numbers from a revenue perspective may not show us on the positive side, we also have to remember that a program like this may be a a loss leader for something to ensure the quality of life for our community. As Gina had mentioned and was brought up multiple times, this originally was started to ensure that our employees were not parking in front of our businesses. I think it's really important to go back to the root goal of the parking program overall, and keeping parking in circulation has been an important part of this. We can't have people parking downtown for 8 hours a day that are working in the downtown area. The 2 hours allows for multiple uses. For myself as a resident, I can go downtown, I can have lunch for the client, with a constituent, and have plenty of time to get back to what my needs are of the day. So I just wanted to encourage us. Maybe there's been a few hiccups with the app, so on and so forth, but it's actually, if you take a minute to figure it out, it really is very smooth. It works really well. I would encourage council to continue forward with the program at hand, continue extending the Flowbird app, and we're here to support council's decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy.
Mayor.
Dale, no, we're not going to open up the public comment in the House again. That was only for the two that couldn't speak previously, because they were not able to speak before. Sorry, Dale. Thank you, Dale. Thank you. No.
We do have one more caller that's called in.
My question about time parking either.
Troy Sprague.
Troy, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Joy.
Joy, thank you. Proceed.
I just have a couple of comments. The people that you should be listening to right now are the people that are in your audience. They are attendees. They are the ones that matter. That's how I feel about it. All this hearsay about people said this, people said that, that's not what matters. What matters is who attended tonight and who is there to speak their minds. And you should be listening to them. And you should be doing what they're asking you to do. They're our community right there. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Close that, and then we'll bring it back again for further discussion and or action from the council. Chris?
John, I have just one more comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it was mentioned what started off as what I consider to be a pretty simple program has been confused by well-intentioned efforts to be, quote, fair, unquote, to everyone. So now we have senior parking permits, we have free parking spaces, we have a system that most people aren't completely informed about, and if they are, they don't understand it. And I think, quite frankly, the amount of spaces that we're giving away or discounting helps to erode any offer or any opportunity of being revenue neutral without increasing enforcement and increasing citations. So I think that, you know, we're trying to be all things to all people. And and what I'm hearing, at least tonight and from the input I've received, is we don't care about the numbers. We just don't like the program. We just don't want it. And perhaps someday it will reach a critical mass again where the businesses are back in front of whatever council is seated at that time with different solutions to the problem. But right now, I mean, I appreciate the comments from Stacy and from Ms. Fitzpatrick. I have all the respect in the world for them. They represent our tourism business and our local business as well. But what I sense, again, after how many years now of trying to make this work, is don't give me the facts. I just don't want it. I don't want this program. And I think that it's time to start thinking about that.
Agreed. I think that's kind of what I said earlier, is that this is the hard time for council to make some hard decisions. And we're here to make that for the public and to move on, whether it's right or wrong. Again, we can always debate that and change it later. But at this point in time, before us is a item to continue the Flowbird app. That is what is before us tonight, bottom line. So I think, again, we need to address that question, and then we can always bring back further information. I believe that if we wanted to try to change the bottom line on revenue for the parking structure or parking apps, we could do that at a later date and bring it up. Ty, you want to explain how we could move forward to get it back in the black?
Yeah, for sure. I think that there's been some robust conversation this evening and a lot of great opinions. The bottom line is I think the numbers bear out that, most of our folks are parking for less than 2 hours. Almost 90% of the transactions, or 80, which indicates that no revenue is being generated during those times. So council's faced with the decision. You have two options, actually. You have to give us alternative direction. So if there's, you can always adjust those rates as the council sees fit, or the timing, or provide us with any other direction that you want. If you do not vote to renew the Flowbird contract, then we have no way of enforcing the regulations that are on the books.
So as far as the question of making the system revenue neutral, the only way to do that is to increase the fees per hour, I'm assuming.
This is, I think Donna mentioned it in her presentation earlier. We're the only ones in the nation, or maybe, maybe there's someone else in the world. I think Flowbird's International that has gone to the lengths that we have to try and accommodate our community, listen to their viewpoints and their opinions, which are super important to us. And we twisted their arm and got them to modify their system to give us a button that says 2 free hours, and modify the kiosks as well. I think that there was great interest on their part to see how it would be received as well. So, it's, again, I think from a business standpoint, as most people pointed out, that the financials don't make a lot of sense. So in my opinion, there is a tough decision to be made. The decision is, do you want to charge for minute one and make the program revenue neutral? As you've stated before, I don't think it's ever been the intent of the city to make money on this, so to speak. But if we're going to have a program that manages the on-street demand, there will be expenses, and the city should look to, create a net revenue neutral source to fund the program. But it is a super complicated issue that's highly emotional, that, will require some wisdom and insight on the part of the council tonight to either continue the program or consider the other option, which is to run in the red, which is okay too. There's plenty of programs in the city that aren't funded at all, other than through, the general fund. And then the other option is to adjust timeframes and or rates. You adjusted rates last time on the back end, and it made a marginal difference. So I think that the question now is, in the future or today, do you want to, manage the amount of free parking?
Right. I think in our testimony for the staff report, it shows that we basically are losing about $15,000 a month at this point. And that, I guess, includes the parking tickets that are also accumulated total revenue, which I don't really want to see that. On the other hand, again, that is a way to get it cost neutral at this point. Because there's always going to be somebody that's not going to.
That's a policy decision that the council wants. The testimony from the public this morning, or this evening rather, it is late, it could be morning soon, would be that, we want to create a hospitable environment for our visitors. It seems about 2.2 million people visited our downtown last year. So I don't know that it's a lack of people coming downtown, but we do want to create an environment that is friendly and makes people want to return. And in my experience, it's exceedingly difficult to do that when you create a negative experience through heavy enforcement. The Flowbird app or any other app that you might choose at some point, puts the onus on the community members, even though we're going to get some upset folks. There are going to be some tickets issued for non-compliance, whether it's willful or accidental. The majority of our, as you saw through the statistics, the majority of our citations, they're very few compared to the amount of parking sessions. 153,000 parking sessions, and only, I think it was less than 1,000 tickets or something like that have been issued. So the majority of people do it, but certainly it depends on the council's policy desire on the posture they want their police department to take, whether they want it enforcement-centric or not.
Okay.
So, Ty, can I ask you a question?
Gregory, yes, go ahead.
I just want to ask you a statistical question. So last year we were revenue neutral, correct?
For the whole program overall? Mr. Cornell, are you still available? Do you have that information? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director. The gray line on this chart right here is the general fund loan balance over time since January 1 of 2021, which at that time it looked like it was just under 600,000. Today, or as of February 1st, yeah, it pretty much has had no movement, and that's mainly because of the citation revenues that has been collected. Without the citation revenues, that loan balance actually would have skyrocketed much higher than what it is today.
So we were, with the citations, we were close, and that was $1 an hour after the 2 hours.
Yeah, after the 2 hours. All right.
So I'm just going to make a comment. I didn't mean to step on you.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So you have 83 out of 86 of our town businesses that are in favor of this program. You just heard it from Gina, and you heard it from Stacy. It's a cost of doing business to grow your town, to make it healthy for your community. I think you need to look at facts. We also need to be fair to all of our businesses in town. But you have 83 out of 86 businesses saying that they like the program. And that's what it's about. It's about letting customers come downtown and survive.
Quiet, public, quiet.
Survive this industry. You can't run a 12-month program on a 90-day model. So the revenue neutral to me is not as important as running a good program and keeping parking spots available for customers and businesses to survive. And I just want to say that because you heard from both from Stacy and Gina, they're in the business of helping businesses survive. And they're in the majority of liking this program. And you could shake your heads, but that's a statistic. 83 out of 86 businesses.
But that's not all the businesses. There are more businesses than 86. If you surveyed all the businesses in Paso Robles, you'd have a different percentage. That's a very skewed number. My turn?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. So we keep looking at increasing revenue. I'd like to look at reducing expense. I'm in the business of fixing broken businesses. I go in and I look at reducing expense. Typically, the first place I look is to reduce personnel costs. One way we could do that is to operate on a 40-hour a week personnel basis. We have a 40-hour a week. We need one employee. How do we get to 40 hours a week and make businesses happy? How do we increase revenue downtown for our downtown merchants? If we look at when we need this program most is Thursday through Monday. If we eliminate parking, we have free parkings Tuesday and Wednesday. We don't need parking enforcement. There's 2 days that we don't need an ambassador. So now we have a 5-day work cycle. If we do parking enforcement from 12 noon until 8 o'clock at night, that's an 8-hour day. There's your 40-hour work week. We need 1 employee. We have the other material that we need, the other assets that we need to make this work. Obviously, this idea needs to be discussed. I proposed a little bit of this back in February. I was hoping to see more of this fleshed out and brought back. It wasn't, so I'm going to bring it back up again tonight. Hopefully we can talk about this if we want to go through with this. I'm not in favor of extending the Flober contract, but if I'm one of 5 council members, I would prefer to table this until all 5 of us are here. Unfortunate that Mr. Strong can't be with us tonight. But there are ways to reduce expenses and to get back to revenue neutral without increasing citations. We haven't really explored that adequately yet. I hear the comments that some are making regarding finding a parking space. But I think we can achieve that with time parking that has not been adequately addressed. It's been brought up and asked. It's another issue. Mr. Roush has brought that up several times.
We've actually done this analysis on the time parking. It's in the parking studies.
I've seen that, but it's
and it would require more employees, not less.
I think with the angled parking and with the meter reader, I think we could go back and revisit that and come up with a different model for that.
We can do that.
Or I think we're looking at chalking tires, if I remember right on that. So let's not chalk tires. Let's look at the equipment that we have. We have a meter reader. We can use geofencing to make that happen. Let's plug that into the analysis and see if we come up with a better source, a better way to make time parking work.
We'll do whatever the majority of the council directs us to do.
Again, I agree that there's always ways to, cut, although there's also employee regulations and time and how much they can work. And, there's so many hours that we have to enforce the parking. So that automatically dictates, I think, what Donna testified, that we had about 2.5 full-time employees running a system that probably takes closer to 8 to 10. I think it's pretty lean. On the other hand, again, there's always ways to cut things, and that's certainly we can. I believe this parking is a work in progress. There's always going to be refinements that's going to happen through time. Just like we were talking about the explanation of the parking that was given earlier, where there was a conflict in who was saying what. That needs to be refined. Same way with the fact that, we need to make it more explicit that if you're going to have the 2 hours free parking, it needs to be registered online or on a kiosk. Those kind of things I think are really simple to make this work better for everyone. But, before us tonight, I think what we really need to focus on, again, is the fact that, the Flowbird contract is up. We gave it 90 days. We need to evaluate and make a decision forward. That's really what's before us. If we want to continue the discussion, we can always start getting into refinements on the actual parking design of what we do, and with also regard to the fact that we need to make it black in the revenue side. So that's all things I think we need to get to at a later point. But I'm going to go with Mayor Martin one more time before we call for anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. And what you're making makes a lot of sense. I, as you can tell I'm sure by the tone of my voice, am very frustrated by years of trying to listen to people and do what they say they need, and then in the end have a very emotional. We want exactly the opposite. That's very frustrating to me. I would like to ask of the organizations that we've heard from, Main Street, the Visit Paso, Chamber of Commerce. Have any of these boards taken official action regarding recommendations on parking in downtown Paso Robles? Do we have a board action from any of these organizations explicitly stating their position?
Yeah, Main Street is opposed. I think that Mr. Bausch summed it up. They want to see the program go away. At the beginning of the 90-day program, we received a unified letter from the Chamber, from Travel Paso and the Wine Country Alliance in support of a program with 2 free hours of parking. So those were the official stances. Tonight, we were bringing that back as a 90-day review. You heard from both Travel Paso and the Chamber tonight in support of continuing the program, but I couldn't tell you if that was an official board action or just, their CEOs echoing what they've discussed at various board meetings.
Okay, well, after listening to everybody tonight in council discussion, I guess I would go ahead and support continuing the Flowbird relationship, but only with the provision that we have a serious look at whether it's somewhere down the road, we aren't just trying to sell blue socks to a crowd that wants Red Sox.
I'll second that for discussion, Mr. Mayor. The thing I'd like to see is, again, option two that we have tonight is, of course, to continue the system so we don't lose it. But also, item 3 is to bring back options to staff, from staff to us regarding anything we really want to say, and that, including Councilman Bausch, making it more efficient cost-wise, but also, in my opinion, we need to find the next step to get it into the black as quick and as easy as we can. So that would be my addition to your motion. Hopefully we can all support this because, again, it's a work in progress and nothing's perfect. But on the other hand, if we can continue the Flowbird with further direction coming back from suggestions from staff on how we can get it at least in the cost neutral, revenue neutral level, that would be my
Mr. Hammond, maybe I might be able to recommend. I think, the staff is, I'm going to be very blunt, they're exhausted with bringing back solutions that fall on deaf ears. If the council's so inclined, maybe the mayor or the mayor pro tem can appoint an ad hoc committee of the council members. We'll make staff available to you, and we can hire a consultant, whatever it is that you would like, to try and get to the point where you would feel comfortable with the design. I'm a little hesitant to do that, but if that's the solution that council would like, I think that might be something that you, as the decision makers, we can organize some public meetings. I think that you'll probably see more of the same, where there's definitely a group of folks that want to see the program go away, and there's others that won't. And in the end, how you achieve cost neutrality will depend on your position regarding enforcement.
Very good. I totally agree on that. Do I have anybody on the council at this point that would love to serve on an ad hoc? Councilman. Okay. Councilman Bausch and Councilman Gregory, would you apply yourselves to that? Okay.
Yes.
All
so
right.
Can I want to listen to the motion one more time here.
Mayor Martin,
I move with it.
Go ahead.
I move we continue the relationship with Flowbird for the time being, and pursue the avenue of an ad hoc committee to fully vet the options for the future, including the option of doing away with the program completely.
Is that good enough for you, staff? Okay. All right. We have a good motion and a second.
So just to clarify, the motion is to continue with Flowbird. The ad hoc part is not actually a formal action. It's just a decision that you're going to make.
So that's a direction we can give with time frame.
Direction to staff that we're going to continue the previously adopted city council direction from February 21, and the authorized city manager to renew the contract for the public management services of Flowbird. All right?
That's the vote.
Okay. We have a motion. Let's call for the question, Melissa.
Mayor Martin?
With my blue socks on, aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Red Sox, no.
and Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So can we discuss direction? So if Chris and I are on ad hoc to meet with the community business people that are concerned with this and have solutions, come back in 60 days to give it to the city staff to look at and consider.
Yeah, that's great. With council's indulgence, I'll assign Donna and her team to help, my understanding, Mr. Bausch and Mr. Gregory, is that correct?
Yes.
Organize some public events and bring in whatever experts you feel you need to get the answers. And my recommendation would be for 2 council members to bring the options back before council. And we're happy to support that with a presentation or underlying facts and whatever we can do to support that for council to be briefed on the full details of whatever they're recommending, which would include a termination of the project altogether.
Yeah.
So by the second meeting in August, we'll bring those back.
Sure. Just keep in mind you have a holiday coming up. There's quite a bit of events and time away. So I might encourage you to consider August.
Yeah, why don't we just plan on
September,
you guys calling it back whenever you're ready to bring it back to for staff and fuller public dissemination on that. So.
I'm sorry, what was the time frame? I want to make sure.
We weren't really putting in a time frame to come back to council because of everything going on.
Yeah, understood.
We'll try.
But the ad hoc will advise staff
when they're ready. Perfect.
All right. Thank you, council. We're moving on then to city manager
Mr.
report.
Hammond, I think you need to take a vote on that, don't you?
No, on an ad hoc committee, we don't require a vote.
Yeah, it's just direction to staff, Steve.
Okay, very good. What about the?
Okay.
I got you. Never mind.
Yeah. All right. So we're moving on to item S, city manager report. Ty Lewis.
I front-loaded my comments, I think, mostly about the homeless services meetings that are going on right now, and it is pretty late, so I'll defer my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Ty. City council business reports. Who would like to start? Chris?
Sorry, thank you. I took a little bit of time off, but made it to the Safety Fest. Thank you very much to everybody who helped put that on last Saturday. That was just a great event, lots of good people out there, and thanks to the presenters and to all the citizens who came out. At Youth Council meeting, just want to acknowledge our outgoing graduating seniors, put a lot of work into a very active, very energizing youth council for this year. Olivia Wright, Callista Peterson, and Alexandra Whitcomb. And then just a real quick, brief mention and acknowledgement of Mr. Dick Mason, who has left KPRL. Just want to say thanks very much to Dick for being such a keen observer, a wonderful storyteller, a great writer, just a great friend. Best of luck to you, Dick, in all of your future endeavors, wherever that takes you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Councilman Gregory?
We had let's see, what did we do? The last meeting I had was with the homeless strategic plan twice. And I also had a meeting at the HSOC down in which is the homeless services for the county. And no decisions were made then. And I think that's it for me.
Okay. And Mayor Martin, I'll ask you, thank you very much for attending tonight. I know it's difficult and I appreciate you attending. Do you have anything for council comments?
No, I don't. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Steve. On mine, I had APCD meeting in San Luis Obispo for the county air pollution control district. Also had Nacimiento Water Commission, which is our pipeline coming from Nacimiento to all the way to San Luis. I also spoke in support of PG&E on behalf of the city to the NRC and also the state Land Commission with regard to their relicensing effort for Diablo Canyon. They are actually looking for support from the public and also city officials and cities in general that it's going to be a long road to get their relicensing back on. For another 5 years is what they're asking for. And again, any support that is given to their numerous meetings that they have coming forward, this was just the first two, I think that PG&E would appreciate it. I also attended and spoke at the Safety Fest. That was Mark and Gina who put that on, by the way. Their second annual. It was very well done, very well attended. It was in conjunction with CERT, who actually is what PG&E gave the donation to. And it's very well done to get that above ground, so to speak, on what to do in an emergency. It's all about safety. It's not just fire or police, but there's all kinds of safe things that public needs to understand. So again, it was a very well attended weekend on a Saturday at the park. So upcoming events, we have the Library Trust Board of Trustees, June 8th, 9 o'clock. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, June 12th at 1:30. Paso Robles Development Review Committee, DRC, June 12th at 3:30. Paso Robles Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, regular meeting is going to be June 12th at 4 p.m. Paso Robles Planning Commission, again, coming up on the 13th at 6:30 here in this room. Paso Robles Development Review Committee, DRC, again on June 19th at 3:30. And then the Paso Robles City Council meeting, our next one will be the 20th here in this room at 6:30. And I would like to actually...
John, may I make another?
Yes, sure, Steve, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Paso Robles Fire Department for having a community event for what to do in case of a fire. They did it up close to my home, and all of the neighbors wanted to say thank you so much, and it meant so much to them to be able to have the fire department there and tell them what they should be doing in case of emergency. And I think it's a great way to reach out to the community. So I just want to say thank you for that.
I'm on that committee, yeah, with actually it's Captain John Prickett who's handing that up.
Yeah, that's good.
It's very, very important to get the West Side folks apprised on what can happen from our West Side hills. So we're trying to get the word out on that. Anybody else? Good. Okay. I'd like to go ahead and close the meeting then in honor of those who lost their lives. Beaches of Normandy, June 6th, today, 1944. You know, again, it's important to understand that, you know, we're the land of the free because of the brave people like that.
Second.
And they will never be forgotten. So I'll go ahead and make a motion then to adjourn.
So I move we adjourn to that honor.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We stand adjourned. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.